decade or so, but a complete change in landscape, as I was saying, with the INLD winning just by 610 votes. Let's take a look at now the other constituency, Loharu. Loharu, of course, the Punjab Haryana border, also very close to Delhi. So in that sense, this constituency becomes extremely important. In fact, Rajbir Fartia of the Congress party won just by 792 votes, defeating Jayaprakash Dalal. Now, Jayaprakash Dalal, I in fact went to this constituency as well, Loharu, an extremely interesting constituency, and Jayaprakash Dalal was considered a very strong candidate here, somebody who has worked ground up, but he was defeated by the Congress candidate by 792 votes. So again, a very interesting constituency here. But let's take a look at the next seat that we're looking at. Many such seats in Haryana. In fact, close to 17 to 18 seats in Haryana have seen these close contests. If you can try and flip the graphic a little faster. Adampur. In the first time in the past 50 years, the Bishnoi family has lost this stronghold. Of course, the Bishnois are no longer in the Congress. Bhavya Bishnoi, a young politician, he is Kuldeep Bishnoi's son, and he is contested on a BJP ticket. In fact, he won those crucial Adampur by-polls as well that I remember covering last year, and that was seen as some sort of a big boost to the Bishnoi family. But Bhavya Bishnoi lost, but just by over 1,200 votes. So, a big jolt to the Bishnoi family, and something that nobody expected that Bhavya Bishnoi could lose here. Kuldeep Bishnoi's son, of course, and a margin of over 1,200 votes. Rohtak, of course, is something, a constituency that is considered the bastion, the citadel of the Hudas. They enjoy a lot of influence and support here. And the Congress candidate who won simply by over 1,300 votes. So that tells you again, Marja, how the landscape has changed, and perhaps how the dominance of the Jats, the dominance of the Hudas has also come down in that sense, because a strongman of the Hudas winning just by 1,300 votes. So Marja, this in a sense gives you the larger picture of the close contest in Haryana.
Now we are shifting focus to another state. Of course, this is not a state at present, it's a union territory. The Congress National Conference Alliance has crossed the halfway mark and has secured 49 seats out of the 90 seats, winning the assembly elections, and is set to form the next government. 42 seats have been won by the National Conference, 6 was won by the Congress. Omar Abdullah is all set to be the next Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister. Here's Omar Abdullah in conversation with NDTV.
So when you actually decided to contest election, I spoke to you that time. And you said the first transaction of business of this government would be in the assembly to pass a resolution, show the rejection of people to what center has done on August 5, 2019.
I believe this mandate is a rejection of that. The fact that by an overwhelming margin, the BJP has been kept out of office. The BJP has won seats, but they are very far from the halfway mark. That in itself tells you that the majority of the people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with the politics of the BJP, and it is reflected in the way they have voted.
Your manifesto has made several promises, including restoration of statehood, fighting for the 370, giving so many things to the people. Is it on you now under the burden of expectations?
Well, certainly. The burden of expectations is something that we have sort of come to realize over the course of today. It's not just our manifesto. It's the way in which people have resoundingly come out and voted for the National Conference. Considering that we didn't fight all 90 seats, we fought far less than 90.
Exactly.
Therefore, the win ratio for the National Conference.
And I may add, your strike rate is 75%.
Well, there you go. I wasn't aware of that, but it's a statistic that I'll definitely be happy with. No, but coming back to your original point, yes, I think people have a right to expect things from us, and it is our responsibility to deliver on their expectations. Obviously, some of the things that we have promised, we will start immediately. Some of the things that we have promised will require us to work with New Delhi to get our statehood back. But I believe, as I said earlier, that the Prime Minister is an honorable man. We don't say honorable Prime Minister for nothing. I believe the Prime Minister is an honorable man. He has promised the people of Jammu and Kashmir statehood, and I hope that he will live up to that promise.
And BJP has been saying time and again, first delimitation, after the reorganization, they say first delimitation, then election, then restoration of statehood. How soon you are expecting that going to happen?
They said as much even in the Supreme Court. Therefore, I would like to believe, look, nowhere has the BJP ever said that first BJP government, then statehood. Even in the speeches of the Prime Minister, nowhere did he say that only a BJP government will get statehood. He said Jammu and Kashmir will get statehood. Therefore, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have spoken. And I hope that the Honorable Prime Minister will be magnanimous in restoring statehood to Jammu and Kashmir at the very earliest.
Ram Madhav is joining us, BJP in charge of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Ram Madhav was brought in to this role, and then we saw this phenomenal performance of your party. Congratulations, Mr. Ram Madhav. How do you look at the party's performance?
Thank you. And let me at the outset clarify that this performance, which is a spectacular performance, no doubt, but that is not because of me joining a month ago. A lot of effort has gone into it in the last couple of years from our leaders in Delhi, like Shri Amit Bhai himself and others, but also our state team, state leadership, our party in charges. Everybody has done a lot of groundwork, and I just entered a month ago. We all have collectively worked towards this good victory. I would consider it as a very, very significant victory for BJP. I also worked in 2014 elections in this state. I am sure you all remember that. The victory at that time was also a very big victory. We won 25 seats at that time. This time we won 29 seats. But the importance of this result is that we won almost all the seats, I would say, of the main Jammu region. If you exclude the Doda Kishtwad and what generally is described in this area as Pir Panchal region, the entire Jammu voted for BJP. And that's the reason why today BJP stands as the #1 party in terms of vote share. We have close to 26% vote share, as against NC's 24%. The reason being massive support we got from Jammu.
Right.
I think that's a very important message that those who are planning to form the government in the state must remember that they don't have any mandate from Jammu, and Jammu's mandate is with BJP. So we all have to work together for the good progress and development of the state.
Ram Madhavji, as a very close follower, what is a logical time period? I know it's not up to you to decide, but do you believe that are we looking at months, maybe a year? What is your sense of it?
So my feeling is that certainly the Union Territory will get statehood. That is one commitment even Prime Minister gave at the time of the campaigning also. Last week itself he said it. No, we will certainly give the statehood to Jammu and Kashmir UT. It will happen. But you remember one thing, Jammu and Kashmir has traveled a lot of distance in the last 5 to 10 years. It gave up that complete terrorist identity today. It's a very peaceful state. We have traveled a distance in terms of separatism also. As I mentioned to you, today even Jamaat has joined the political process, democratic process. It's a big achievement for our country, our democracy. So those in power in this state should be reassuring to the people in Delhi that they won't bring those tendencies back into this region. Then full statehood is possible. Now, here are people who have been demanding release of all the terrorists in jail, demanding restoration of Article 370. With that kind of attitude, if they go to the assembly in the state and then demand that give me statehood because I have to release political prisoners, separatists and terrorist leaders and all, that becomes problematic for larger national security issues. Otherwise, yes, we are in favor of this UT getting statehood sooner than later.
Okay, so the big question that will emerge now from Jammu and Kashmir is how soon will the statehood be restored? Remember, that had become one of the talking points during elections. But a small micro detail which I would share with all the viewers and also Vedant here in the studio. the BJP actually won 10 of 11 seats in Jammu division alone. So they have had complete dominance in the politics of Jammu. They're continuing with it. Vedant, let's discuss the picture again in terms of how the close contests played out.
Absolutely, Maria. As you said, BJP very strongly retained Jammu, but Congress barely managed to scrape through, even in the strongholds and also the regional parties. If you look at the PDP, we've been discussing how it's end of political road for Mehbooba Mufti's PDP. Even in the 3 seats it won, the margin of votes was really slender. If you look at Tral, for example, the PDP candidate won merely by 460 votes. Again, one of the 3 seats that the PDP won, and just a little over 400 votes for the PDP candidate, who of course defeated the Congress candidate here. But let's take a look at some other constituencies when it comes to the close contest. In Kishtwar, well, the BJP's only woman candidate, I must mention here, won by 521 votes. But her victory is remarkable because she defeated, a veteran, Sajjad Ahmed Kichlu, by 521 votes. She is, of course, the daughter of a terror victim. She has an extremely fascinating backstory, and also the BJP's woman candidate. So she won, but just by 521 votes there. In Patan, of course, Javed Riaz won by 603 votes, defeating the JKPC candidate Imran Raza Ansari, and it was a high-stakes campaign. If you remember, Patan, areas once struck by militancy. We saw great election fervor there, but very tight contest with just 603 votes margin. Looking at some other constituencies, well, in Inderwal, the candidate Pyarelal Sharma defeated Ghulam Mohammad Dasaruri by 643 votes. Of course, Inderwal also a very fascinating constituency, in the Kashmir region, in the valley. So, of course, militancy was really in the heart of the campaign here as well, the poll discourse, and a close contest here as well. And the last constituency that we're looking at in terms of close constituencies, well, Handwara, where Sajjad Lone, of course, barely managed to scrape through by 662 votes. So also, in a sense, the end of political dynasties, as many have pointed out, though, of course, the Abdullahs led the charge. But for Sajjad Lone as well, he broke down yesterday. He was extremely emotional, remembering his father, but he managed to win merely by 600 votes as well. So, Maria, very close contest there in Jammu and Kashmir as well.
So, let's try and analyze how is Jammu looking. In fact, Srinagar looking this morning. I can see Nazir Masoodi joining us from Srinagar. We have Gurpreet Chinna joining us from Chandigarh, and Tanushka from the BJP headquarters. Nazir, coming to you this morning, do you think the NC will really expedite the process of government formation? They'll stake claim today itself with the list, or with the list of all its MLAs, or will they be waiting a little more? Perhaps negotiations will happen with the Congress?
Well, I don't think there's need any negotiation with the Congress, because the Congress has won very few seats. They don't have any bargaining power left, because 6 seats they have won is actually they won it on the shoulders of National Conference. Those were the seats where National Conference was already very strong. And in Jammu, where they had won, contested most of the seats, they lost very badly. They couldn't win any single seat in the Hindu-dominated area. It is in fact National Conference which has won a few seats in the Hindu-dominated constituencies. For example, in Navshera, where National Conference candidate Surinder Chaudhary defeated BJP State President Ravinder Raina, and equally in the Ramban, where National Conference candidate has won. And also, Vedant was talking about Pyarelal of Kishta, Inderwal in Kishtwar. It is a 90%, more than 90% Muslim-dominated seat. But a Hindu candidate, he's actually a National Conference member. Because of the seat-sharing arrangement with the Congress, the state went to the Congress. Pyarelal decided to fight independent. So he has won. So we know he is a National Conference member. Still, he was never thrown out of the party after contesting independent. And there are 4 such people who didn't get the tickets, and they National Conference members who didn't get the tickets. They fought independent. They have won, and they're likely to join back National Conference formally, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. And so National Conference is actually looking to have its own absolute majority. They have already 42. They need 4 more, which they already have. 5 they have. Almost 5 they have. So that means 46, 47, they may be managing. And then there would be 6 more of the Congress. So it would be then, there's also the CPIM, MLA,
Okay.
Muhammad Yusuf Tarigami, who was also backed by the National Conference as part of the alliance. So they have more than 50, MLAs, I can say. And then maybe it will take a day or two when they will stake the claim for formation of government. As Omar Abdullah told us yesterday, that's first there will be a legislative party meeting of the National Conference. Then there will be the alliance party, legislators meeting with the Congress mainly. So then they'll go and decide who will be the chief minister candidate. That is just a technicality, as Farooq Abdullah has already announced that Omar Abdullah will be the chief minister. But Omar himself is just bit not saying it so and saying that the party decide that is a technicality, and then maybe in few days they will stake the claim for the formation of the government.
That's actually very interesting. The father, when he was asked that question, who will be the chief minister, he was emphatic, saying Omar Abdullah will be the chief minister. I mean, that was like quintessential Farooq Abdullah, Nazir. We have known him for several decades.
Yeah, exactly. And it is obvious that someone who has fought on 2 seats and won both, it was a double victory for Omar Abdullah. And now, naturally, Farooq Abdullah has not contested this election. So Omar is the obvious choice as the chief minister. And there's no, as I said, the bargaining power with the Congress. They can bargain on even on the ministerial seats. And the challenge for the Omar Abdullah would be how to strike a balance with the Jammu, because they have just one few members. So maybe he may give, cabinet birth in his council of ministers, somebody from independent, and he has 2 MLAs from who have one from Jammu. They both are Hindu. So they need to have a sense of belonging. That's what he was saying, telling us yesterday during that interview. So that remains a challenge, because everybody need to have a sense of belonging in the government. When it is a democratic government, it is not just one man's government or one region's government. It should belong to every region, every person of the state, regardless they have voted for the ruling party or not. So that remains Umar Abdullah. So there would be the hectic parleys today through the day, particularly National Conference has already approached all those independents. There are 7, at least 6 are believed to be joining National Conference, maybe today, as I said, or tomorrow.
So perhaps then the government would be in the range of 55. That is something that they are hoping for, perhaps more. Let me bring in Tanushka now. Vedanta. Tanushka is joining us from the BJP headquarters. That's where some meetings could happen today, as the BJP in charge and co-in charge for Haryana are likely to meet, decide who will be the observers who will be sent to Chandigarh for overseeing the entire legislature party meeting. Tanushka, what can you tell us?
Well, this was exactly where the place of entire celebrations went on last evening, when Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed to his party workers and the people of Haryana as well. And he said that this historic win in Haryana for the 3rd time. This is the people of Haryana who have given this to the BJP for the 3rd time. And he completely, showed gratitude towards the people of BJP as well as his party workers right here on the stage behind me, speaking at the podium. And what we also know is that in his speech, the Prime Minister also lashed out sharp attacks at the Congress, calling it a parasitic party and stating that it only has the powers to win an election when it is in an alliance, so powered by another party. And what we also, of course, understand from the BJP's win in Haryana is that the major factors that worked in BJP's favor were, of course, is discussed earlier as well, is the appointment of Nayab Singh Saini as the chief ministerial face, who's the sitting chief minister and will also take on another term with the win in these elections. And he was the OBC leader, so his face came across as approachable to the masses and also helped with the anti-incumbency issues for 9.5 years in the party. And his, appointment came in just 6 months shy of the Lok Sabha election. So it was a very deliberate and, well-thought decision by the party as well. And of course, the consolidation of the Jat votes too. So at this point, of course, even yesterday, this was the epicenter of celebrations, the BJP headquarters. And even today, Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini is also, looking forward to, allegedly looking forward to be here in talks to further go ahead with the party decisions and to form this party in, to form this elections party in Haryana. Back to you.
Okay. Tanushka, thank you so much. You'll be speaking to Gurpreet now.
Absolutely, Gurpreet is joining us. Gurpreet, you spoke to the chief minister there, the possible chief minister, and in all likelihood he will continue as a chief minister. And what you said was that he is expected to come to Delhi and meet the party brass as well. The top leadership is all praise for him. The Prime Minister himself, in fact, spoke about him, referring to him as Haryana ka beta.
Well, of course, we have seen the BJP party was able to get a people mandate, and they have got a majority. Now they are in a comfortable zone. Now they are trying to make another political strategy. Who will get what in the cabinet? They are planning to expand the cabinet. They are planning to go for the swearing in. So all these discussions will be held in national capital with the party high command to discuss each and every step, how he is going to take a calculative steps in the coming days. What we have learned from the sources within the CMO, they say anytime the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, will fly along with the party president, and they will discuss each and everything, and by evening they will call all the MLAs at the Chief Minister residence, where they will hold a marathon discussion to chalk out the way how they are going to give back this mandate which the people have given, how they will be able to make a developmental agenda for Haryana state. So we have to wait and watch to find out how the BJP is going to make another political strategy to come up to the expectations of the people of Haryana. As of now, we have seen there is a huge margin between the Congress and BJP, the seats which they have just got. So they are already in the comfortable zone. And last night we have seen, when we spoke to the Chief Minister, we have seen he was quite confident, and we have seen even the party high command, they had already given a green signal on the name of Nayab Singh Saini. Nayab Singh Saini had taken over when ML Khattar, the former Chief Minister of Haryana, had been removed 6 months before the election, and we have seen, they say that they are going to contest this election on the face of the Nayab Singh Saini, and there is a possibility the same thing will be repeated by the party high command, and Nayab Singh Saini will be the Chief Minister of Haryana, and he will take over the reins of this state, and after that he will start working as the Chief Minister full-fledged. He has been saying a lot of things. He was saying that he has done non-stop work for Haryana, and some of the policies he was not able to implement because there was a short of time, but now he will decide all the things for the pro-people policies, and finally he will apply and implement for the growth of Haryana. Back to studio.
Thank you so much, Gurpreet, for joining us. I can see Sunil Prabhu up and about early morning. Good morning, Sunil. Is there a lot of introspection, a day of introspection for the Congress? Will they continue to push this narrative that there is something gone wrong with the EVMs, or have they accepted the defeat, conceded?
Well, I mean, the election results are declared. So the Election Commission has done what it has required to do as per the law. They are, of course, looking at every aspect and analyzing every seat. Because please remember, this election was too close to call. It was 39%, 0.3%, 11% swing in favor of the Congress party against the BJP's 39.7. So it's really that small marginal difference. And I think somewhere down the line, Rahul Gandhi is saying, I told you so. If you had had an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party, things would have been definitely different, because the Aam Aadmi Party with a 1.78, even if you had given them 4 or 5 seats or whatever in the interest of the India alliance, as you did in the Lok Sabha elections, the story would have been completely different. But that being said, Mr. Huda will have to take this blame. He was the front man, the strong man, who was responsible. And as you see, the margins of, in terms of defeat, within less than 10,000, 5,000, 6,000, the seats are huge, nearly 20. And they have 3 particular districts which they are extremely concerned about: Hisar, Mahendragarh, and the other place. So it's in that context that the Congress will definitely be looking at it and analyzing and talking about those various aspects, but definitely caste polarization. The winner wins, and for the loser, it's extremely difficult to accept for a man like Mr. Huda, who put his heart and soul at 77 for this campaign. He believed he was making it. Everybody, including pollsters, TV channels, everybody, Maria, agreed that, the Congress was going to win in Haryana, including BJP leaders. This has come as a total shocker for the Congress party.
Sunil, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective this morning. Let's bring in the guests now. Neerja Chaudhary, senior journalist, is joining us. We also have Dr. Pooja Tripathi of the Congress Party. Neerja, it's day after the results. What are your thoughts? What do you think went right for the BJP in Haryana?
Morning, Maria, and you're all back early. And Indian elections get you to do all sorts of things, And one of them is to be on a channel like yours in the morning. And as you
Thank
say,
you so much, Neerja. Ma'am, it's fascinating because we are political animals, as they say. It just gives us that extra, shot of
energy.
excitement.
Yes, absolutely. I tell people one of the things I love best is to hit the road at election time because you discover so many things that are new about India.
Yes.
But yes, looking at it, the first thing that comes to my mind is the challenge, that huge challenge that both dispensations are going to face, in delivering and rising up to the aspirations. Omar Abdullah has his task cut out for him. And yesterday on your channel, he struck conciliatory notes very unexpectedly early on before he has even been sworn in as chief minister. And he's recognizing what the mandate is for. It is for development and it is for statehood. And he said they will not pursue 370 restoration for the moment. His father, Dr. Farooq Abdullah, had told me about a week ago, that is a route we will take legally. We will go back again and again and again to the Supreme Court to challenge that 370, but they will not take that route politically. And yesterday, Omar Abdullah articulated that. And the need to have a new relationship with Delhi, with the need to have a new relationship with the Raj Bhavan, with the governor. And he said that's been a difficult relationship. And Mr. Ram Madhav, who was sent to J&K a month earlier, restored to his earlier position, also responded in kind, but said that we must know that Srinagar, now the government is not going to insist on things like release of separatists and political prisoner. That's going to be a tricky issue. So I think it will require statesmanship of the highest order in the coming weeks. And, there are moments in history when an opportunity presents itself. In Kashmir also, we've seen over the decades, when you either seize it or you let go of it, or you make a mess of it. So this is a moment in Kashmir, and the man of the moment is Omar Abdullah. So as also Mr. Nayab Singh Saini in Haryana, this is a new star on the horizon, a young OBC face coming to the fore in heartland India. And OBCs are going to fashion, OBCs and Dalits are increasingly going to fashion our politics all over the country because they now demand their place under the sun, their voice in the political structure. So how parties are going to meet those aspirations remains to be seen. So those were my early thoughts as you were speaking.
That's very well put, Neerja ji. But Pooja Tripathi, very quickly, do you think it's now time for the Congress to understand that you need to cede space to the allies? I mean, of course, whether it's Haryana or Jammu and Kashmir, that's been the story with the Congress. You had Arvind Kejriwal also hit out at the Congress yesterday. Interestingly, now TMC MP Saket Gokhale has written a pretty strongly worded tweet. He says, arrogance, entitlement and looking down on regional parties is a recipe for disaster. How do you respond to all your allies gunning for you now?
I don't think, Vedang, we are looking down at regional parties. We are a part of a very formidable India alliance and we respect our alliance partners. It's nothing to do with arrogance. But let me ask you a question to both of you anchors. Is the response of Congress party, is the anger, is the whole the way we spoke, is it misplaced? We have seen pollsters, we have seen media channels, forget the exit polls, forget our internal surveys. Everybody, even Bharatiya Janata Party leaders were not predicting this kind of week. Everybody thought it would be a rout and we'll sweep the elections. So when we talk about, and there have been reports from Mahendragarh, as Sunil Prabhuji was saying, from Sirsa, from Panipat, from Narnaul, there have been reports. The candidates have talked about the delayed in updating of results, the charge of the EVM machines. There have been reports of, we are not questioning the whole election process. We are questioning.
All right,
these
but the
10 to
Election
12
Commission
seats
very clearly
that
has said that these are unsubstantiated reports. So I mean, to sort of cast aspersions on the electoral process is something. Let's gracefully accept the mandate. Thanks very much, Pooja Tripathi and Neerja ji, for joining us early this morning.
On that note, Vedant and I are slipping into a short break. We'll be back with all the news and updates.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Download any single ID partner app, link your card and earn reward with top brand.
Get it free with single ID.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Welcome back to the National Cricket League matches being played in US, Atlanta and Chicago. Won the matches 6th and 7th. In fact, Angelo Matthews scored a half century in losing cause, while Robin Uthappa led his team from the front. Take a look.
Down the ground. Oh, full toss.
Oh, he's gone
A high-scoring encounter unfolded between Los Angeles Waves and Atlanta Kings in the National Cricket League 60 strikes. Atlanta skipper Angelo Matthews stepped up and put a heroic show, scoring 85 runs off just 33 balls, as Atlanta put 145 runs on the board in 10 overs.
Jimmy has decided to loft this, and yes, he is going to get...
Chasing the target, LA remained ahead of the asking rate almost throughout the chase. Wicketkeeper batter George Munsey scored 33 runs off 11 balls.
It's George Munsey again.
LA batters Adam Rosington and Tim David then struck an unbeaten partnership of 95 runs. Rosington scored 52 off just 18 balls, but Australia's Tim David slammed 58 runs from 19. LA Waves won by 9 wickets. In match number 7, Robin Uthappa and Chris Lynn gave Chicago a great opening stand that dented the Wahab Riaz-led Gladiators hard.
Downtown. 6 more.
Uthappa scored 66 of 27 balls and 100 came up for Chicago in 6 overs. Despite Uthappa's wicket, the carnage did not stop as Lynn scored 60 of 23 balls. Chicago posted a total of 173 for 2 in 10 overs.
Gives it a whack.
In reply, Texas Gladiators were given a decent start by David Malan and Kenner Lewis. Michael Leask unleashed fury as he took 4 wickets for just 27 runs. Uthappa led Chicago Cricket Club, defeated Texas Gladiators by a huge 41-run margin in the NCL 60 strikes.
And a very, very convincing win here by Chicago of 41 runs.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
And finally, BJP's historic win. The BJP government will be formed for the 3rd time in Haryana. Sources say Chief Minister Saini will remain in charge.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzzing. It's literally a city that never sleeps.
And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
Loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह हर दिन लगे एक नई सी सुबह इस डगर में लाखों सपने हैं नजर में लाख लो से तेज है पर मौज सी है इस सफर पे
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है अभी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
Feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, you know, feels like home.
It was a wonderful session and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. I loved it. The energy in the room was absolutely brilliant.
I'm so glad to be here. It's an electric atmosphere. So many people who love films here.
It's so exciting because the audiences have been extremely warm and we have all of these amazing people over here.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
Good morning and welcome. You're watching NDTV. Our senior colleague Mara Shakil is with us this morning as we decode all the aspects of what has been a fascinating verdict day from Haryana to Jammu and Kashmir. Mara, a lot to unpack.
Absolutely, an unprecedented victory for the BJP in Haryana, a consolidation of the party in Jammu, the headlines this hour. BJP High Command to hold a key meet today. Nayab Singh Saini leaves for Delhi from Chandigarh. Haryana BJP Chief Mohan Badoli accompanies Saini.
Meanwhile, a day of introspection for the Congress party after its rout in Haryana. The divisions in the top leadership cost the party, while Congress says it cannot accept the results complaints to the Election Commission. In Jammu and Kashmir, it's a national conference show all the way. The BJP wins in Jammu. Jammu intact for the BJP, but no show in the valley. Meanwhile, the PDP routed. The Aam Aadmi Party gets a surprise seat in Doda. Top Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir newsmakers exclusively on NDTV. Omar Abdullah says we need to build a cordial relationship with the Lieutenant Governor and the centre. Meanwhile, Nayab Singh Saini says people have accepted PM Modi's policies. NDTV on the Lebanon-Syria border. More than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced. Netanyahu, meanwhile, warns that Lebanon faces a destruction like Gaza. Key monetary policy announcement today. Will the RBI revise inflation and growth projections? That's the big question.
At 9 a.m. this morning, the big news that is coming in now is from Haryana. BJP's historic hat-trick in Haryana. The BJP High Command will be holding key meeting today. Nayab Singh Saini has left for Delhi from Haryana, and the BJP central leadership will be meeting the caretaker Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini, man of the moment, and all eyes will be on what next from Mr. Nayab Singh Saini. You remember BJP President Mr. Nadda, senior leaders like Home Minister Amit Shah and all had given a call to Nayab Singh Saini, congratulating him for putting up that fight. Let me go straight to Gurpreet Chinna, who's joining us live. We'll also be joined by Aishwarya, who's tracking this story here in the national capital. Gurpreet, so, you know, it's almost clear that Nayab Singh Saini will be the next Chief Minister. This is more like a meet and greet that will happen in Delhi.
Well, that is one of the reasons why Nayab Singh Saini has been called by the party high command to discuss about all the political development which is going to happen after winning and making this historic victory in the state of Haryana. We have seen the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, has already left for the national capital, and he will be holding a marathon meeting with the party high command to discuss and chalk out the next strategy, how they are going to come up with the expectations of the people of Haryana, and specifically as of now, what we can understand, the swearing in date they are going to finalize, and after that, who will be the minister in the cabinet of Nayab Singh Saini. That is the core issue which they are going to discuss at the length, so that they will be able to make all the caste combination, they will be able to make all the balance within Haryana, and that will give another boost to the BJP in the state of Haryana. So let's see that what type of discussion will be carried out and when they will plan to take oath as a Chief Minister by Nayab Singh Saini, because we have seen so many times, multiple times, such type of statement had been given by the party high command and especially high command leaders saying they are contesting this election on the face of Nayab Singh Saini, and he has already been declared before the polls that he will be the chief minister. So somewhere down the lane, the way we have seen the performance has been done during the elections also, and they have already got full majority at this point of time. So it seems Nayab Singh Saini will be the chief minister of Haryana, and he is going to discuss all the points with the party high command before making his own cabinet and discussing when he is going to take oath as a chief minister in Haryana. Back to studio.
We also have Aishwarya joining us from outside the home of Manohar Lal Khattar. Coming to you, Aishwarya, you know, Nayab Singh Saini has been the chosen man of Manohar Lal Khattar. So when Manohar Lal Khattar was asked by the central leadership that there will be a change of guard in Haryana, he chose Nayab Singh Saini. Nayab Singh Saini has worked with Mr. Khattar. Now when the next government formation will happen, what do you think will be the role of Mr. Khattar?
Well, remember, in the Karnal constituency as well, the candidate that had been picked up was a very close aide of Manohar Lal Khattar, and it was Nayab Singh Saini who was sent to Ladwa constituency, which is probably a Congress-dominated seat. But it has been told to us that yesterday, in a brief meeting that held at Manohar Lal Khattar residence, where the in charges of the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana, including Dharmendra Pradhan and Mr. Biplab Dev and co-in-charges appeared, they clearly had made an idea that how to now formulate. It was very clear by Home Minister earlier that Nayab Singh Saini will be their chief minister, and that had been announced in a public rally as well. Taking care of the government formation and the the role of Manohar Lal Khattar as far as his camp is concerned to accommodate those MLAs. It would be very interesting that how Manohar Lal Khattar will be interfering in it. But yesterday, while speaking to the media as well after the victory, he made it clear that now he is there for to the whole country, because now he's a union minister. But yes, being a chief minister for 9.5 years is something that his work had led Haryana to progress, and he wanted the next chief minister to complete the pending works as well. And Nayab Singh Saini, being a very close aide to Mr. Khattar as well, he thinks that his influence, his interference, whatever he wants in Haryana will be done by his side. So yes, of course, on one side, the accommodation of both Khattar's camp and Saini's camp will be there, and top leadership will be sending, of course, the observers in Haryana next as far as the legislative party meeting is concerned, and then we've been told that it will be one voice that Nayab Singh Saini will be elected their leader, and later the government formation process will start.
Thank you so much for joining us. But a word from Gurpreet as well now.
Absolutely. Gurpreet, how do you see this cabinet formation also taking place? Of course, that's a relatively later question, but the focus, of course, a great deal was on the non-Jat community, and Nayab Singh Saini really steered that aspect for the BJP. So do you see that caste arithmetic also being extremely crucial to cabinet formation?
Well, definitely that point will be taken care by Nayab Singh Saini, and interestingly, in this election, we have seen only two former cabinet ministers. They will be able to win the election. But now we have seen a lot of tickets have already been replaced by the party high command during taking feedback from all the workers and Karyakarta from the various constituencies, and this time it seems this will be sole cabinet of Nayab Singh Saini. Only a few ministers, whether it's the former Home Minister Anil, which he was able to win the election, and only two more people were able to win the election. So somewhere down the lane, it seems the new faces will come up, and they will try to make all the calculation as they had already made earlier before the poll, because that formula of the BJP party high command has been successful. So it seems that is one of the core issues why Nayab Singh Saini is going to discuss each and every point with the party high command before taking any final call on his cabinet expansion and when he is going to take an oath as a chief minister of Haryana. Back to studio.
Thank you so much. So who really is Nayab Singh Saini? Here we have put out a report which actually sums up his long political career, but very little was known about him. He has had a long journey. Let's listen in and figure out what exactly has been the journey of Nayab Singh Saini.
एक बड़ा मोमेंटम पूरे हरियाणा प्रदेश के अंदर बना है, बहुत बड़े मैंडेट के साथ। आप ऐतिहासिक सीटें हरियाणा के अंदर आ रही है और तीसरी बार सरकार बना रही है।
The big news is that the Congress party is all set to form the government if these numbers come through on October 8th.
Despite exit polls favoring the Congress, Haryana Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini expressing confidence of a BJP hat-trick. Saini, who was appointed just 6 months ago, replacing Khattar, was facing anti-incumbency of 9.5 years. From an unapproachable Khattar to an accessible and affable leader, Saini forced course correction for BJP in Haryana, scripting history for the Saffron Party with its biggest victory ever in the state.
आज हरियाणा के इस बेटे की प्रशंसा पूरे देश में होती है। इतने कम समय में बहुत कम लोगों को इतनी लोकप्रियता मिलती है और इसका कारण भी है हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी 24 घंटे हरियाणा के विकास के लिए समर्पित रहते हैं।
54-year-old Saini, the incumbent Chief Minister of Haryana, launched a number of schemes to help poor in his attempt to win back their votes. BJP's calculation was replacing Punjabi origin Chief Minister in Khattar with an OBC CM in Nayab Singh Saini would help it win support among the OBCs, which form nearly 30% of Haryana's population. The Saini factor consolidated the non-Jat votes as well.
हमने हरियाणा में एक बीसी के बेटे को गरीब घर से नायब सिंह जी खड़े हो जाइए, जोर से ताली बजाइए नायब सिंह जी के लिए। एक बीसी के बेटे को हरियाणा का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है। अब इनके नेतृत्व में हरियाणा आगे बढ़ेगा।
By its Lok Sabha performance just 4 months ago, where it won 5 seats, the Congress was hoping for a landslide. However, Nayab Singh Saini staged a comeback. Saini's political career began in the early 2000s when he became the district president of the BJP Yuva Morcha in Ambala in 2002. Though Saini lost the first election he contested in 2009, but would go on to become an MLA from Narayangarh in 2014. His proximity with Khattar ensured him ministerial berth, and then he rose through the rank in the party. When Khattar was told by the party leadership he must relinquish his seat, his pick was Nayab Singh Saini. But very soon Saini would come into his own.
जितना काम किया है उसके ऊपर मोहर लगी है। ऐतिहासिक जीत मोदी जी की नीतियों को दी है। क्रेडिट किसको दे? आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की नीतियों को और प्रधानमंत्री जी के कार्य को ये सारा का सारा क्रेडिट हम देते हैं, जो उन्होंने जबरदस्त तरीके से हरियाणा के लोगों की अपेक्षाओं के ऊपर खरा उतरते हुए और हमारी सरकार ने उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिला करके जो भेदभाव क्षेत्रवाद का, परिवारवाद का जो बढ़ता जाता था उसके ऊपर हमने विराम लगाया है।
हरियाणा चीफ मिनिस्टर नायब सिंह सैनी held statewide yatra announcement MSP for 24 crops and rupees 2100 for women under Laddo Ban Yojana has really consolidated votes for him. Not only this, we have seen he was also able to counter the Congress narrative of angry farmer by announcing a lot of schemes for the farmers. Not only this, he was also able to counter the narrative of Agniveer, which was mounted by the Congress by making a lot of announcement for state jobs for Agniveers. Undoubtedly, Saini has engineered the biggest electoral upset for the Congress. With Vijay, Rajesh Kumar, this is Group Singh China for NDTV, Ladwa, Haryana.
And let's bring in our guests, Maria, this morning. Sanjay Kumar, psephologist and professor of CSDS, is with us. Also, Sajjan Kumar, a political analyst. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for being with us. Sanjay ji, going across to you first. While, of course, we discuss Nayab Singh Saini and his fascinating journey, one must also look at the national ramifications of this election. Of course, the Prime Minister's appeal in the heartland, that is something that we really need to discuss. I mean, amid all these sort of talks of the brand Modi on the decline, it's clearly not the case, given the fact that the BJP has done, wonders in Haryana, returning for the third time, something that no party has done in decades.
There is no doubt that BJP has done wonders in Haryana. Returning back to power for the third time is not a small feat for any party. This has never happened in Haryana. Yes, I think after the 2024 Lok Sabha election, it seemed that there is a narrative building that BJP is on the decline in the Hindi heartland. Prime Minister Modi's popularity is on the decline. I think the Haryana election does indicate that, yes, 2024 did give an indication that BJP declined in 2024. But the word which we used to use, it is on the decline. I think we have to use that word very, very carefully. Is BJP on the decline, or just 2024 was one-off? I think looking at the Haryana Assembly election, at least I would, and I think we need to correct ourselves. We need to correct our thinking that it is too early to figure out that BJP is on the decline, Prime Minister Modi's popularity is on the decline. Setback in 2024, I think BJP has been able to learn something from the setback in 2024.
Okay, and Sanjay Kumar, a word more, before we move to Sajjan, the Congress party is highlighting that perhaps there is a need to, revisit the EVM controversy again. They are hinting at that. And the vote share of both the parties are more or less the same. Do you think the Congress got its strategy wrong by not giving what the Aam Aadmi Party was asking for, perhaps just to 3 to 4 seats, because Aam Aadmi Party in this election has managed to get around 1 or 2% votes? And that is the gap between the two parties.
Yeah, that is the gap between the two parties. The gap is less than 1%. It is 0.8%. Yes, first, if the Congress has managed to form an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party, it would have definitely helped the Congress. No doubt that it would have damaged the Congress. But I don't think to the extent that Congress would have been able to pull victory and BJP would have got defeated. I think one has to look at carefully. If Congress thinks that, there is a mischief in EVM, etc., I don't think they are doing any good to the party workers. It will be only demoralizing the party workers. Look at from where Congress has traveled and from where BJP has traveled. It's not that Congress did not get an attraction. Congress added 11-12% votes compared to its vote share in 2019 assembly election. And BJP also managed to add 3% votes to its vote share in 2019. This is a case like, you remember, Maria, in UP, 2022 assembly elections in UP. BJP also increased, like Samajwadi Party increased the vote share. There was a lot of belief that Samajwadi Party is going to win the election. Samajwadi Party improved the performance, but just failed short of a majority. That's the case even in Haryana. Congress has improved the performance, but BJP managed to improve it further.
Absolutely. And Sajjan, come in on this, because as we discuss what went wrong with the Congress, I mean, of course, we have discussed factionalism and infighting a great deal, but look at the difference between how the BJP conducted itself and the Congress. You had Kumari Shelja on the polling day taking jibes at Mr. Bhupender Hooda, and on the other hand, somebody as tall as Mr. Manohar Lal Khattar extremely gracefully said that Haryana has only one leader, and that is Nayab Singh Saini. So, of course, these factors also, in a sense, confuse the voter, with Kumari Shelja mincing no words at all through the campaign. Sajjan Kumar, go ahead. All right. We seem to have an audio issue with Mr. Sajjan Kumar there. But Sanjay ji, would you like to take that question?
No, certainly. We have done our own polls, and there is a clear indication that in perception, 6 out of 10 voters believe that the infighting within the Congress has damaged Congress prospects, or not the dislike would be too strong a word. But 6 out of 10 voters believe that this is not going to help the Congress. This will damage Congress prospects. And that is what we have seen in the results, that Congress did perform well. Perform well means if you look at the vote share increase, but failed to get a majority on its own.
Okay. We are hoping that Sajjan Kumar has joined us. Vedant, will you take questions with him?
Absolutely. So, Sajjan Kumar, also looking at the larger picture as far as Haryana is concerned, do you think the Congress has a lot of rethinking to do as far as regional parties are concerned, its allies are concerned? Its talks with the Aam Aadmi Party failed completely in Haryana, also a similar thing in Jammu as well. But, taking allies on board, understanding the importance of regional allies, that's something that the Congress needs to introspect about a great deal.
And just adding a word on that, whenever there is a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress is not able to match up to the election winning machine that the BJP is, Sajjan. So there is a realization, but perhaps not an acceptance of the battle they are up against. Sajjan, if you heard me. Okay, so there seems to be a technical problem with that. But the larger question certainly is that Jalebi has taken center stage again in these elections. But a word on Jalebis. Why are we talking about Jalebis not as much as laddus here, Sanjay ji?
I think this is the lighter side of the electoral contest.
Yes.
And we should not try to get into these lighter things when elections are contested so seriously. Parties contest elections to win elections. So I don't want to get into this whole deep discussion on laddu and jalebi, etc., etc. I think this was connected largely to the issue of unemployment. I still believe that winning elections in Haryana does not mean the issues were not on the ground. I am not one of those who would agree that the Kisan factor was not there, unemployment factor was not there. These factors were still on the ground. Our survey clearly indicates that the issues of Kisan, Pahalwan and Jawan are still there. But I think the Congress misread these issues to be as large as sweeping across the state. These issues concerned only a sections of voter, and the sections of voter largely remained the Jat. So what has happened in Haryana is that the voters who sympathized with these issues, Pahalwan, Jawan, Naujawan and Kisan, they tended to vote for Congress in a big way. But those who believed or those who enjoyed the benefits of welfare schemes and other benefits of the government schemes, and also those who believed that government has been able to do good work on the ground with regard to education, health, bijli, pani, sadak, they tended to vote for BJP. So there is a clear divide. And if you look at the vote share difference between the two parties, that gives you an indication that it is just not even 1%. So the over reading of the Congress of these issues, I think that's what damaged the Congress.
Okay.
They failed to figure out that these issues are only appealing to a sections of voters, not across. This is not widespread across the Haryana.
Sajjan, if you can hear us now, finally, we are hoping.
Yeah.
Yes, so that's better. The vote share gap between the two parties is less than 1%, as Sanjay ji was pointing out. The fact is that the Congress continues to make similar mistakes election after election. In that, they create that surround sound, but when it comes to the actual booth management, when you have to calculate each and every vote, that's where they're not understanding how the BJP's organizational might functions.
That's a pan-Indian picture, Maria, but I think Haryana, that may not be the main reason why Congress lost the plot, because mind it, a small state, a strong leader, and still they have a parity vis-a-vis BJP, because BJP relatively in Haryana is not as entrenched as you say, for example, in UP, Maharashtra, Gujarat.
Okay.
Prime reason happens to be a template wherein you see a party like Congress has started relying on a dominant caste in various states who have a sense of autonomy, they have a sense of ownership of the state, and this dominant caste in Haryana, Maharashtra, etc., say Maratha Jats, they also have the leverage of projecting their caste-centric identity in a very normatively appealing framework. So when you say Jawan, Kisan and Pahalwan, So that becomes morally and normatively very appealing, that it's an occupational identity. Haryana being a state wherein 2/3 of the population still is dependent upon agriculture, that's quite appealing, and therefore it creates an impression. But what happens to the non-Jats in Haryana? They can very easily break it down that whether you talk about Pahalwan issue, Jawan issue, or Kisan issue, primarily it means the Jat-centric issue. So I think Congress played the Jat card, was of course a bit complacent in the last leg, thinking that it's just a matter of time, it's a done deal. But primarily what happens in Haryana, I think, while there were anti-incumbency, political anti-incumbency against the BJP, the social anti-incumbency, which is more entrenched against the dominant community, that is the Jats. So return of the Jat thing, by overplaying that card, Congress ended up consolidating the non-Jat, primarily the OBCs, Brahmins, Rajputs,
Just taking a cue
Baniyas,
from that,
Punjabi,
do you see on the
etc.
national level as well, does the BJP stand vindicated on key issues like, say, the farmers' protest, the wrestlers' protest, the Agniveer issue? All these are very emotive issues even nationally. Do you see the BJP stands vindicated as far as these issues are concerned?
Already this because Haryana, exactly, I do see, because Haryana results more than winning one state is about defeat of a narrative against, say, it started with on the question of farmers' protest, then it was on the Agniveer issue, because mind it, while on Agniveer was being criticized, it was not criticized as much in Uttarakhand. If you see, the number of ones who are applying in Uttarakhand has increased in under Agniveer scheme. It was primarily in Haryana, so therefore certainly in terms of the plank on the issue wherein the BJP was seemingly defensive, or at least was trying to explain, Haryana verdict is a defeat of a package of the issues which acquired prominence since the National Lok Sabha verdict in 2024. So certainly for BJP, in terms of the normative plank, narrative plank, it has acquired an edge. So be it the farmers' protest against Agniveer, or on the sports paradigm, I think Haryana verdict will have a national kind of implication as far as the policy and narrative is concerned. So I do see that it would be very difficult for anyone to criticize now the Agniveer issue, because the prime state which was affected by that in Haryana has endorsed the BJP electorally.
Absolutely. I think, as Vedant was saying, the BJP stands vindicated on its policies in particular. Brand Narendra Modi, a word on that, Sanjay ji?
No, it would be incorrect to say that Prime Minister Modi's appeal among the voters has, there is no more, Prime Minister Modi does not appeal the voters anymore. But I think there is a clear indication. If I look at the data from 2014, 2019 and 2024 Lok Sabha elections, Prime Minister Narendra Modi's ability to pull votes for his own party has come down. From in 2014, it was roughly 25%, which is to say 1 of every 4 BJP voters voted for BJP only and only because of Narendra Modi. In 2019, it went up to 33%, which is to say 1 of every 3 voters voted for BJP only because of Modi. But in 2024, it came down to 25%. If I look at Prime Minister Modi's ability to pull votes for BJP in the assembly election and the Lok Sabha election, there is a difference, because in the assembly election, his ability to pull votes for the party is roughly in the range of 22 to 24%, not as high as we have seen in 2019 election. So I am not one of those who would agree or who would go along with the narrative that Prime Minister Modi's appeal has come down, is no more. But yes, certainly there is an evidence that it has come down slightly. Prime Minister, there is another data, 24 Lok Sabha elections. On the question, who would you like to see as the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Modi's popularity had come down from 47% to 41%. There are states where Rahul Gandhi's popularity is higher than Prime Minister Modi's popularity. So there is some dip, there is some decline, but still he remains the most popular leader of BJP. He still remains the most popular vote puller for the BJP.
Sanjay Kumar and Sajjan Kumar, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your perspective this morning. We are shifting focus to another state now, This is Jammu and Kashmir. The Congress National Conference Alliance has crossed the halfway mark and has secured 49 seats out of 90, winning the assembly elections, and they are set to form the next government. Of this 49, a significant chunk was won by the National Conference with 42. The Indian National Congress just secured 6. Their strike rate has been the least in this alliance, and the National Conference strike rate was around 70%. We are now being joined by Nazir Masoodi, and we also have Sunil Prabhu joining us. But first, let's listen in to what many would say, not really a CM designate, but all set to be the Chief Minister. The leader on the hot seat right now, Omar Abdullah, had to say this morning.
हुकूमत बनते ही मैं तो ये उम्मीद करूँगा कि कैबिनेट का पहला फैसला ये होगा कि वो एक रेजोल्यूशन कैबिनेट की तरफ से पास करें कि मरकज़ को अब जम्मू कश्मीर में रियासत का दर्जा देना चाहिए। ऐसी बात नहीं है कि हम बीजेपी की सियासत को कबूल करेंगे या बीजेपी हमारी सियासत कबूल करेगी। बीजेपी के साथ तो हमारा टकराव रहेगा, लेकिन मरकज़ के साथ टक्कर करना ये हमारी कोई मजबूरी नहीं है। मरकज़ के साथ ठीक ठाक ताल्लुकात बने, मुझे लगता है ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के लिए फ़ायदेमंद होगा। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने झगड़े के लिए वोट नहीं दिए। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने वोट का इस्तेमाल किया क्योंकि वो रोज़गार चाहते हैं, नौकरियां चाहते हैं, तरक्की चाहते हैं, वो रियासत का दर्जा चाहते हैं, वो बिजली में एक राहत चाहते हैं, अन्य उनके जो मुश्किलात हैं वो उन मुश्किलातों का हल चाहते हैं, और वो मुश्किलातों का हल नई दिल्ली के साथ झगड़ा करके नहीं होगा।
And a number of seats in Jammu and Kashmir, there was a close contest. Vedant tells you about the key battles.
If you look at the PDP, we've been discussing how it's end of political road for Mehbooba Mufti's PDP. Even in the 3 seats it won, the margin of votes was really slender. If you look at Tral, for example, the PDP candidate won merely by 460 votes. Again, one of the 3 seats that the PDP won, and just a little over 400 votes for the PDP candidate, who of course defeated the Congress candidate here. But let's take a look at some other constituencies when it comes to the close contest. In Kishtwar, well, the BJP's only woman candidate, I must mention here, won by 521 votes. But her victory is remarkable because she defeated, a veteran, Sajjad Ahmed Kichlu, by 521 votes. She is, of course, the daughter of a terror victim. She has an extremely fascinating backstory, and also the BJP's woman candidate. So she won, but just by 521 votes there. In Patan, of course, Javed Riaz won by 603 votes, defeating the JKPC candidate Imran Raza Ansari, and it was a high-stakes campaign. If you remember Patan, areas once struck by militancy. We saw great election fervor there, but very tight contest with just 603 votes margin. Looking at some other constituencies, well, in Indrawal, the candidate Pyarelal Sharma defeated Ghulam Mohammad Dasaruri by 643 votes. Of course, Indrawal also a very fascinating constituency, in the Kashmir region, in the valley. So, of course, militancy was really in the heart of the campaign here as well, the poll discourse, in a close contest here as well. And the last constituency that we're looking at in terms of close constituencies, well, Handwara, where Sajjad Lone, of course, barely managed to scrape through by 662 votes. So also, in a sense, the end of political dynasties, as many have pointed out, though, of course, the Abdullahs led the charge. But for Sajjad Lone as well, he broke down. Yesterday, he was extremely emotional, remembering his father, but he managed to win merely by 600 votes as well. So, Maria, very close contest there in Jammu and Kashmir as well. All right. In fact, Nayab Singh Saini has arrived in Delhi. So this, of course, there are key meetings lined up. These are, of course, procedural meetings largely, as he is said to be the next Chief Minister. That is clear.
Yes, absolutely. I think the endorsement that he has got from the party's central leadership, Prime Minister himself, yesterday and also during the entire election campaign was enough indication that he is going to be the next Chief Minister. But what becomes essential would be the caste balancing that he will be doing. Remember, for the last 10 years, we have seen the BJP, do some kind of social engineering in Haryana, where they tried to consolidate the non-Jat castes, the non-Jat voters, and that yielded political dividends in this election, and it has done in the last 10 years as well. But the larger question is that it cannot really afford to antagonize a powerful, influential community like the Jats. So what will be the, their representation in Nayab Singh Saini's Council of Ministers becomes essential and important there.
And let's shift focus back, in fact, now to Jammu and Kashmir. Of course, what a fascinating election has been. It has been truly historic in more ways than one. And the National Conference and the Congress is all set to form the government. The CLP meeting is likely to be held today, is what we are picking up, where Omar Abdullah's name is likely to be proposed as the Chief Minister. This is also largely procedural. But Maja, what's also going to be interesting to see if the Congress also perhaps jostles for some sort of ministerial berths as far as the Council of Ministers there is concerned, though its performance has been below par, as many would say.
So is that some kind of a road show that Omar Abdullah is doing, and is he doing early morning? He is, of course, the man of the moment. We'll try and connect with our reporters in just a bit. We are slipping into a short break. This remains our top focus here on NDTV. हम लोग जाएं अब.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and
Talks will begin also in Jammu and Kashmir. The man of the moment there, Omar Abdullah, who spoke to NDTV's Nazir Masoodi first after, the picture became clear. So, Nazir, today is the day after that celebration. Would it be a celebration continuing? Has it really sunk in that there has been that return of the National Conference the way it has? And also, what are you picking up from the Mehbooba Mufti camp? I mean, the debut of her daughter hasn't been something that they would have wanted. I mean, Iltija losing with a huge margin of almost 10,000 votes.
Exactly. And today it's expected their celebrations will continue in National Conference camp. And more people, these independents who have been the members of the National Conference but didn't get the ticket, party ticket to contest elections because of the alliance compulsion, seats went to the Congress side. So some of them are joining today, some may be joining tomorrow. There's the Pyarelal from Indawal in Kishtwar district who won from that constituency. And it is a 90% Muslim-dominated constituency, but it is Pyarelal who has won, and he said this is the message from Jammu and Kashmir, that we don't see the religion. And in fact, Kashmir rejected religion-based politics, defeating all the candidates of Jamaat Islami. And then there's Pyarelal, who is winning. He contested independent candidate from Indrawal, winning from there, and likely to join National Conference. Back, he was in the National Conference announcing his as an MLA as part of the National Conference. And then there would be Shabir Kule from Shopian. He's also likely. There's Satish Sharma from Jammu. So Chamb constituency of Jammu district. So he may be joining back. And then there's Muzaffar Khan. He's a former judge. He didn't get the ticket from Thanamadi in Rajouri. He's likely to join back. So at least 5-6 candidates, these MLAs, these independent MLAs, are likely to join National Conference. Formally, some of them are continue to be National Conference members, but had contested as independents. Having said that, there's fingers crossed, will there be any legislative party meeting today? So far, no official word, but there have been so far. They are actually trying to come to terms, as Omar Abdullah himself said, they didn't expect this mandate. There were 75, National Conference has got 75% strike rate, which is unprecedented for any party. BJP, 46%, strike rate, despite winning so many seats in Jammu, 29 seats. But the strike rate was 46%. And for National Conference, it was 75% because NC actually won just for 50 seats and they are winning. They have won. They contested over 50 seats and winning 42 seats. And BJP was contesting 62 seats and they have won 29 seats. And PDP, which contested around 80 seats, have just got 3 seats. So it was, in a sense, a rout of PDP in Jammu and Kashmir, particularly in South Kashmir, Anantnag district, you see, which was the home of PDP, where Mufti's daughter Iltija contested from Bijbehara. She lost with a huge margin. And so no seat from Anantnag district, no seat from Kulgam district, just 2 seats from Pulwama district. One, Wahid Tara, PDP's youth president, he has won from Pulwama constituency and Tal constituency because National Conference did not contest from Tal, so seat went to the Congress. So Congress lost and PDP candidate, he won from there. So that is how it how things have shaped in political landscape of Jammu and Kashmir. We have seen the new players who were introduced in the politics, particularly 44% independents. They have been simply decimated. Not many of them, actually just 7 who were already, as I said, NC members or the members of the other political parties, main parties. They have won, not these people who have come from and were trying to make a difference. As the center was saying for the last few years, they are encouraging new leadership in Jammu and Kashmir so that Jammu and Kashmir will get rid of what they call dynastic politics, Khandani Raj. But we see, as they may call it, Khandani Raj, Omar Abdullah has won a double victory, his 2 seats besides sweeping Kashmir Valley and Pir Panjal region in Jammu.
All right, Nazir, thank you so much for joining us early this morning. And with that, it's a wrap on the elections segment. Vedant will continue with all the news and latest updates.
And we're looking at news from West Bengal, the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case, in which now 5 senior doctors have resigned from the hospital in solidarity with the protesting doctors. Junior doctors continue to be up in arms, demanding justice. This, of course, as a political row continues as far as West Bengal is concerned. Sanjay Roy, meanwhile, has pleaded not guilty when he was produced before the court. Listen in, though, however, to what the governor of West Bengal had to say.
You as a governor, the caretaker of this constitution of West Bengal, what is your take on this, sir?
In the name of Goddess Durga, I am confident to say that whatever is to be done to give them justice will be done. Let the heavenly blessings of Ma Durga be showered on everyone in Bengal now.
Let me go live across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us from Kolkata. So Saurabh, while Durga Puja festivities continue, the doctors are also up in arms. They continue to demand justice. Justice has been rather elusive when it comes to this particular case. No real headway made. Sanjay Roy pleads not guilty. And now 5 senior doctors have resigned in solidarity as well. That's an important development.
Well, actually progress has been made. The CBI has filed a charge sheet, it's completed investigation, but legal processes take time. They don't happen overnight. There is a certain process to be followed in any legal, system. And for an accused to be punished, there has to be a proper trial. The process of filing charge sheet, framing of charges, conducting of trial has to happen, and those things don't happen overnight. They take a certain amount of time. Charge sheet has been filed. In terms of security setups, there is a certain amount of progress. However, the Supreme Court has said it's study, and the state government has said that there are floods. They are also busy with pujas and all of that. However, you're right, the doctors continue their protest. And they say that the justice is still elusive, but if the expectation of justice is defined, then it would take some time for example, say the accused to be hanged. But if you look at the charge sheet of the CBI that's been filed, it's very clear that the evidence that's there against Sanjay Roy, the accused, is very, very strong. Not only is there digital CCTV evidence that establishes him at the spot, there is material evidence of a Bluetooth headphone, which the CBI mentions in the charge sheet. There is forensic evidence of hair strands. There is forensic evidence of saliva matching. All of these evidences clearly establish that the investigation, at least as far as Sanjay Roy is concerned, has been quite strong, and the evidence against him is quite strong, which the CBI has presented him in court. And yes, much of that evidence was also collected by the Kolkata police. However, the doctors have continued their strike. They say that their justice is elusive. They say that, they are trying to change the system at medical colleges and hospitals. They also say that, that they will continue their protest. Senior doctors have joined their protest. However, there has been progress both by the CBI, at least in filing the charge sheet, which is a very important step in, punishing the guilty if that's the demand.
Absolutely, Saurabh, headway has been made as far as the investigation is concerned, but of course doctors also point to the larger issues of security as far as hospitals are concerned. The Calcutta High Court also pointing to the quote-unquote threat culture as far as the hospitals there in West Bengal are concerned. So all those issues need to be looked at, but an important development there with 5 senior doctors resigning in solidarity with the protesting doctors. Moving now to what's been our big focus on NDTV. Well, the crisis in West Asia, the conflict only seems to be expanding with multiple fronts now open as far as the war is concerned. It's been described as a 7-front war. Beirut is certainly the center, the epicenter of the entire conflict, with multiple Israeli strikes hitting Lebanon. In fact, people are now fleeing from Lebanon towards Syria. So the border, as far as the border with Syria is concerned, it remains extremely sensitive. The Israeli border also remains extremely sensitive. But look at those absolutely heartbreaking visuals. It's about the humanitarian cost of a war. These little children whose future now hangs in the balance. They're all moving towards Syria. There is no safe haven as far as West Asia is concerned anymore, given the fact that the conflict has expanded to so many parts of the territory. In fact, look at those women, those children, all of them fleeing towards Syria. So certainly a new crisis at hand as far as West Asia is concerned. Let's in fact first listen in to all the reactions that have come in. In fact, Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu has said that Lebanon is now the new Gaza. Take a look.
You have an opportunity that hasn't existed in decades. An opportunity to take care of the future of your children and grandchildren. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza.
Let me go straight across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali. Ghazali, it's over to you. You've been reporting on the humanitarian crisis as far as Lebanon is concerned. Go ahead.
See, you just heard the Israeli Prime Minister, Mr. Benjamin Netanyahu, issuing an appeal to the Lebanese people that you have to abandon Hezbollah, stop supporting them. And it is almost a reminder of what and how he addressed the people of Iran, how he addressed the people of Gaza, and also before every attack on any region, Mr. Netanyahu goes on, appeals the people to escape or sort of leave that region, and then starts the aerial attack on that particular region. This has been happening on the southern border or the southern suburb of Lebanon, because Mr. Netanyahu had first said that perhaps people have to leave those positions, those villages. And first the Prime Minister announces it, then the IDF announces it in Arabic to address the people in the region, and then it starts the attack. And this has been happening for the last 1 week. The situation in the southern suburb of Lebanon is very dire, because not only the ground engagement with the combat forces is happening on the southern suburbs, but aerial attacks have been also happening on areas which Israel claims is the stronghold of Hezbollah. But the civilian casualties have been very high in Lebanon for the last 2.5 weeks since the pager explosion was reported from this region. And now Israel is also claiming that its navy will get or enter into Lebanon to occupy more territories, because just yesterday in one of the areas which is close to the Israeli-Lebanon border, which Israel claimed was perhaps a launch pad or kind of a workstation for Hezbollah from where it used to launch rockets towards Israel, has been occupied by the Israeli forces. They have posted Israeli flag in that particular region. Many villages have been evacuated, and not just near the border areas. Right now, I am here in Beirut, in the city center, and right behind me is the area called Dahieh. Dahieh is one area where Israeli bombardment have been intense. Every day almost there have been bombardments in that particular region from where the Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah was killed. Now, what has happened in the last 24 hours? The deputy chief of Hezbollah issued a public statement yesterday addressing the people of Lebanon, saying that perhaps Israel has not been able to dismantle its operations, Hezbollah's operations, and their power, their influence is still intact, and they're engaging in ground combat with Israeli forces. And that is why their influence have been so enriching, perhaps, that Israel has been forced to choose the option of entering into Lebanon through the sea route, through their navy forces. But what we are expecting is that despite all the appeals of ceasefire, the US has said that perhaps it has failed to achieve the ceasefire, and now they want Israel to dismantle Hezbollah and deplete its influence in Lebanon. So what we are expecting, that this war will continue to go on. And in the Israeli media, in the Israeli society, people are also rooting for it, asking Israel to destroy Hezbollah. But back in Lebanon, there are many people, and we reported yesterday from the Syria-Lebanon border, because families in Lebanon are now leaving Lebanon. They're migrating towards Syria, and it's almost a kind of history repeating itself for those people who had migrated to Lebanon a decade ago from Syria, when the civil war or the influence of ISIS and operations between Assad's forces and ISIS and Al-Qaeda had happened. These people had left Syria and come to Lebanon as refugees. And now, yet again, after the violence here, after the war has broken out, these people are leaving Lebanon and moving towards Syria. Israel also destroyed the road which connects between Syria and Lebanon, and there are countless families. There have been intense displacement in the entire country. More than 3 lakh people is what the UNICEF and other humanitarian organizations have said, that there are people who are internally displaced, people who were staying in southern Beirut or southern Lebanon who faced the attacks are now moving towards north. People in the north who faced attacks are moving towards the city center. Hotels, hospitals, government schools have all turned into a temporary refugee camp for these people, and local and international NGOs are kind of assisting these people for relocation. But as of now, there has been no word that how people or parties who are involved in this conflict will achieve the ceasefire. The deputy chief of Hezbollah yesterday, while addressing the Lebanese on a Lebanese television channel, perhaps said that they want ceasefire, but not at the cost of Gaza, because they want the ceasefire first to happen in Gaza. They want Israel to stop its bombardment and attacks in Gaza, but it doesn't look so that Israel will choose to halt the war right now, because Benjamin Netanyahu has been claiming that he wants to eliminate these two groups, Hamas and Hezbollah. But perhaps the targets of Israeli government has not been achieved despite this war now crossing 1 year. It has just crossed 1 year. But Hezbollah yesterday also launched rockets towards Israeli city of Haifa. Hamas has been firing rockets into Israel. And right now, it doesn't look so that any of the parties involved in this particular conflict are going to de-escalate. And the United States, as usual, has certainly failed to achieve any kind of ceasefire. And they are now backing Israel to continue with its operation, thinking or sort of expecting that Israel will be able to eliminate these two groups. So this war is expanding not just in the border areas of Lebanon, But now with the Israeli forces or the Navy forces deciding to get into Lebanon through the sea route, it appears now that Israel will try to get in, and the southern border areas of Lebanon have been occupied by them now. So the army will try to get in, but they're also getting heavy pushback from the Hezbollah fighters near the borders.
Ghazali, thanks very much for bringing us that ground report. Do stay safe yourself. This, of course, as Lebanon has really become the epicenter of the war. With that, we'll step into a short break now, but news continues right here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro. World's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
The BJP is set to hold the Haryana government formation meet. This as Nayab Singh Saini has already arrived in the national capital. A big shock for the Congress in Haryana. This as the Congress party lags behind with significant number of seats. The National Conference song but takes the Congress along in Jammu and Kashmir. Omar Abdullah set to stake claim to form government. More than 1 million Lebanese people displaced. This as Lebanon has become the center of the crisis.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है, अभी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था।
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था।
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
It feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, feels like home.
It was a wonderful session, and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. The energy in the room was absolutely brilliant.
I'm so glad to be here. It's an electric atmosphere. So many people who love films here.
It's so exciting because the audiences have been extremely warm and we have all of these amazing people over here.
have been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always bustling. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Good morning, everybody. It's been a grand verdict day for the BJP. The party has managed a hat-trick in Haryana. This is particularly significant because no party has come back to power for the third time in Haryana since its inception in 1966. In Jammu, it has managed to strengthen its position.
Absolutely. And for the Congress party, it seems like everything has gone wrong. I mean, there's a lot of introspection that's needed for the Congress party. It's definitely come as a huge disappointment for the Congress party in Haryana. Even in Jammu and Kashmir, we've seen the Congress party has been limited to just a few seats. Well, of course, a lot of introspection that is needed for the Congress party here. What's gone wrong and how it has gone wrong, all that we will talk about in this edition. Let's start with the headlines.
Haryana's new government is in focus now. Nayab Singh Saini, who's the caretaker chief minister, is all set to meet Prime Minister Modi today.
Omar Abdullah tells NDTV that differences with BJP are there but won't fight them, will pass statehood resolutions.
In Kolkata, mass resignations. In Kolkata, mass resignations by the Ajika's senior doctors. Now, doctors have said that Mamata government is oblivious of the conditions that doctors are forced to work in.
NDTV is reporting from the war zone at Lebanon-Syria border. More than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced. Netanyahu has warned Lebanon of facing destruction like Gaza.
In US, Hurricane Milton closes in on Florida. Thousands are fleeing the state. Well, a day after the BJP managed to strike a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, politically significant victory. Haryana caretaker Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini is in Delhi today. He will be meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Yesterday, Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed his party workers and said that the Haryana victory was a befitting reply to the Congress party, which he alleged was trying to divide the country on the basis of caste. Mr. Saini is also likely to meet Home Minister Amit Shah. Yesterday, he had a word with him over the phone. He will also be meeting BJP President JP Nadda. There were very important meetings that were held by the BJP in the residence of Manohar Lal, former Chief Minister of Haryana. Of course, government formation is going to be key. Dharmendra Pradhan, the Prabhari of the state, also Biplab Deb, the co-Prabhari of the state, were also present at the meeting. JP Nadda's residence also witnessed many important meetings yesterday by BJP workers. Clearly, a lot of focus on the new government, but
absolutely,
sources have told us that Nayab Singh Saini is going to continue being the Chief Minister.
Well, yes, he's the man of the moment. Well, the credit, of course, goes to Nayab Singh Saini also. also. Most of the credit, of course, goes to the Chief Minister. And as we've been reporting, that sources are telling NDTV that Nayab Singh Saini is very much likely to continue as the Chief Minister. He was given the responsibility just 6 months back, after he was replaced, Khattar was replaced, and Nayab Singh Saini was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Haryana. It's just been 6 months, and what a quick turnaround we've seen in Haryana. Well, we've seen it was a completely different picture yesterday in the morning. Well, Congress was seemingly getting majority of the seats in Haryana, as the exit polls had predicted. But the picture quickly turned in favor of the BJP. And of course, at this moment, that's the breaking now coming in. The focus is now on Haryana government formation, and important meetings are lined up today. The BJP central leadership is expected to meet today.
And Kitty, the importance of Nayab Singh Saini lies in the fact that he comes from the OBC community. He's a Saini. He was picked by the BJP leadership. He's considered very close to Manohar Lal. So clearly, this is a testimony of the fact that the BJP acknowledges the contribution of not just Mr. Saini, but also Manohar Lal Khattar, because yesterday the Prime Minister in his speech mentioned both the former Chief Minister and the present Chief Minister. And today what we understand is that Nayab Singh Saini will be speaking to the Prime Minister and also to the Home Minister. Amit Shah has been micromanaging a lot of activity there, and a lot of credit also goes to somebody like Dharmendra Pradhan, because he's been, in some ways instrumental in reorganizing the organization in Haryana. Remember that BJP and Congress were even Stevens in Lok Sabha elections of 2024, 5 seats each. But
now that you've spoken about Dharmendra Pradhan, he is a key strategist of the BJP, of course, and a lot of credit goes to Dharmendra Pradhan, because he's played a very important role when it came to Odisha, when it came to Uttarakhand years back, of course, for the BJP victory in these states, of course, and now in Haryana. Well, silently, as it is being said about the BJP also, the BJP is often referred to as the election winning machine, and these are the
election juggernaut.
Yes, these are the silent workers of the BJP, including Dharmendra Pradhan also, who's a key strategist of the BJP, and a lot of credit, of course, goes to Dharmendra Pradhan also here.
Okay, and let's also look at some political reactions to this story, because, Kitty, the Congress has not been, Congress has been very difficult. It has said that it will not be accepting this election results. And of course, it took a long while for even Bhupinder Singh Hooda to come out and say that he finally concedes. So this is a big setback for the Congress. In fact, many Congress leaders have said that Congress has snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. So clearly, a lot of introspection needed there. Let's look at some political reactions to what happened in हरियाणा।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार के काम कर रही है, सारे देश में माहौल अच्छा है, लोगों के मन को भाने वाले इस प्रकार का जो रिजल्ट दिया है, और साइलेंट वोटर जो है इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है उसने, क्योंकि वोकल वोटर तो हमेशा मीडिया में इधर उधर जा करके या जाके एजेंसियों को अपनी बात बताता है, साइलेंट वोटर को ये बताता नहीं है।
सर, जिस तरह से सरकार गठन के कितने दिनों में प्रोसीजर पूरा हो जाएगा?
अब ये तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और हमारे जो प्रदेश के लोग हैं वो मिलकर के तय करेंगे।
सर, मुख्यमंत्री कौन होंगे?
तो वो ही तय करेंगे।
My colleague Gurpreet joins us. Gurpreet, it was great talking to Nayab Singh Saini yesterday. You managed to find him. Tell us what is the plan for today? Of course, he's arrived in Delhi. He's going to be meeting the Prime Minister and Home Minister. A couple of meetings are scheduled there. The face of the cabinet, Haryana cabinet, is likely to be slightly different now because the BJP has managed a bigger vote share in all parts of the state, including the Jat and, of course, the belts like Sirsa, where Dalits have voted in large numbers. So clearly, there'll be a lot of rethink, but of course Nayab Singh Saini continues to be the CM is what we hear.
Well, we have seen after making history in Haryana politics, Nayab Singh Saini has already gone to Delhi, where he is going to discuss each and every strategy of Haryana to find out who will be his cabinet ministers. So that is one of the major issue which is going to discuss with the party high command, so that they are going to take all the calculative steps as of now. We have seen 6 months before the polls, Nayab Singh Saini had come into picture. He has been appointed appointed as a replacement of former Chief Minister of Haryana, ML Khattar, and after that we have seen that lot of caste combination had been made by the party, and the main thing which we have learned from the sources also, the people who are facing anti-incumbency, whether it's the minister or MLA, they have been replaced by the party so that the people will not face any anti-incumbency in the various constituency, and that formula had really worked in Haryana politics. We have seen now what we have learned, a lot of new faces are going to be taken place in Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet, and today the main agenda which he is going to discuss with the party high command, that when he is going to take oath as a chief minister, and after that who will be his cabinet members. So that is the point which they are going to discuss. What we have learned, Nayab Singh Saini has already taken some names along with him, so that if the party is going to put a stamp on the names of Saini who have been picked by Nayab Singh Saini as a cabinet colleagues, whether he will be able to get the green signal from the party high command, they are going to discuss. We have seen not only the
yes,
lost,
absolutely.
lot
We'll
of
talk more
caste
about that,
combination
but
had been made by
also give us an update about what's happening in the Congress camp also. We've seen, well, how after the Haryana poll debacle, the knives are out. Well, there's this infighting that is taking place once again in the Congress camp, where Kumari Shelja clearly yesterday had blamed the Congress state unit and the Huda camp for the defeat of the Congress party in Haryana. What's happening there?
Well, Congress has already started introspection, and they have got all the data from the various constituencies. What we have learned this time, the difference between Kumari Shelja and Bhupinder Singh Hooda had really paid a heavy price within Haryana politics. What we have learned for the last so many days when the campaign was going on, Kumari Shelja was absent, and now it seemed that was a big blunder. The party high command even did not approach her, did not pacify her, and after the intervention of Gandhi, she has come back into Haryana politics. So all these points are being discussed at the length with all the top cliques, whether it's the central leadership or the state leadership. They are considering all these points, and somewhere down the lane it seemed they were not able to encash anti-incumbency, the former issue, the wrestler issue, even they were talking about the Agniveer schemes. It seems that their strategy, political strategy, had not really worked for the Congress to come back into Haryana. So now what they are trying to learn from all the leaders, the infighting was the one of the major region, and other they were not able to carry forward their campaign according to the people's expectation, and somewhere down the lane it seems the unemployment, that was their main poll plank, that hadn't worked very well. We had a word with Nayab Singh Saini, the Chief Minister of Haryana. He was saying we had provided a lot of job, but in our case no kharchi parchi was being done by any of the leaders from the BJP, and that had been appreciated by a lot of youngsters, lot of people in the state of Haryana, and that had become strength of the BJP. So let's see how the Congress is going to chalk out its political strategy, but as of now it seems that they have already missed the ship, and now they have to wait and watch to make a new political strategy to just curb this infighting, or some new faces are coming in Haryana politics to lead the Congress.
You know, all right. Well, you absolutely rightly pointed that out. You know, Vasudha, that is something that the Congress party, of course, needs to do. A lot of introspection. Of course, there are elections that are due in Maharashtra, Jharkhand also, and next year you have Delhi elections also. But what we see happening on the other side is that the Congress party is back to blaming the EVMs.
Right, that is true.
Yes,
and,
yesterday.
And this is something that the party has, party has done even in the past. But clearly, this was a very different sort of a campaign, and which is why the Prime Minister also said that this is an attempt to also undermine democratic institutions. And another thing, Kitty, that the Prime Minister did talk about is how the Congress party has always been dependent on allies. This is a big humiliation for the Congress party, the Haryana defeat, especially because when it comes to a straight fight, be it Jammu or Haryana, the Congress party has managed to succumb jump to the BJP, which is why the setback is even bitter. But Gurpreet, stay with us because we have another important story. We talked about Tirupati laddus being a political weapon the whole of last week and of course before that. But now jalebis have taken over. Chaats and jalebis have been the flavor of Haryana elections. And what has happened now is that the BJP has been using jalebis to take jibes at the Congress party. Remember, while addressing a rally in Haryana's Gohana, Rahul Gandhi specifically said that the sweet makers or the small businessmen of Haryana were not getting their due because the BJP government did not believe in their talent, and jalebi, especially the sweet famous in Haryana, was not given its due. It could be exported if the centre gives the sweet makers and small businessmen their rights and facilities. And of course, what happened now is that the BJP is using jalebi to get back at the Congress party. It has
in the Congress party office yesterday, early in the morning, jalebis were being made.
Yes.
And of course, the statement of Rahul Gandhi that you're referring to, the BJP has been mocking Rahul Gandhi over that statement, saying that Rahul Gandhi doesn't even know that the jalebis are not made in factories. Dipinder Hooda had put out this tweet a few days back saying that these jalebis would be sent to the BJP office on the evening of October 8 when the results are out. But of course, things have changed in Haryana, and the BJP of course emerged as the winner, and now BJP here is taking a jibe at the Congress party. Haryana BJP put out a tweet yesterday saying that 1 kilogram of jalebi has been sent to Rahul Gandhi's house, and they've put out that tweet in which the address of Rahul Gandhi is also mentioned, and the 1 kg of jalebis now have been sent to Rahul Gandhi. This is what has been said in that tweet.
Okay, let's also go across to Gurpreet. Gurpreet, somebody yesterday corrected me saying that these are not even jalebis, that they are jalebs. So clearly there's a difference in the kind of sweets that jalebi is often contested for. Tell us, how has jalebi become like this? How has it come at the center of this political, bickering between the BJP and Congress in Haryana?
Well, on the social network, we have seen this jalebi has become one of the main political color at this point of time, and we have seen the BJP has been very sarcastically running a campaign on the social media. One side we have seen that Dipinder Hooda was offering these jalebis to Rahul Gandhi also, and Rahul Gandhi has also mentioned about these jalebis that he has taken from Khana and saying he is bringing 1 box for Priyanka Gandhi. So immediately when the verdict had been changed on the screen, all the leaders of BJP, they had started distributing jalebi and saying these jalebis will be sent to Rahul Gandhi because somewhere down the lane it was his favorite during the election campaign and he is missing all these things. So in a nutshell, we have seen the BJP is holding a big campaign on the social media against this jalebi, and specifically they are taking a jibe at Rahul Gandhi's statement and Dipinder Hooda's statement. Dipinder Hooda has already said that these jalebis will be sent to BJP office on the day of result, but now we have seen these jalebis has already taken a center stage on the social media platform, and all the leaders, they are showing jalebis, and they are also saying these jalebis are not being made in any factory, they are being made at the halwai's shop, and that is the sweet shop which is being prepared. So let's see that how the Congress is going to take this jibe by the BJP, and we have seen
whether there is going to be a response from the Congress or not, well, there is not much really left for the Congress to say here, and on top of that, this infighting that is once again taking place within the Congress, Haryana Congress camp, that's also something that's really sad to see. Well, that's been one of the reasons for the Congress loss in Haryana, and the Congress is back at it. All right, thank you so much, Gurpreet, for getting us all those details there. Well, let's also now talk about the Jammu Kashmir elections. The Congress National Conference Alliance crossed the halfway mark and secured 49 seats of the 90 total seats, winning the assembly elections, and is also set to form the government. Of these, 42 seats belong to the National Conference, 6 to the Indian National Congress. Well, Omar Abdullah is all set to become the Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir, and Farooq Abdullah had clearly announced that yesterday. We've also spoken to Omar Abdullah exclusively. Let's listen into what he had to say.
यहाँ हुकूमत बनते ही मैं तो ये उम्मीद करूँगा कि कैबिनेट का पहला फ़ैसला ये होगा कि वो एक रेजोल्यूशन कैबिनेट के तरफ से पास करें कि मरकज़ को अब जम्मू कश्मीर में रियासत का दर्जा देना चाहिए। ऐसी बात नहीं है कि हम बीजेपी की सियासत को कबूल करेंगे या बीजेपी हमारी सियासत कबूल करेगी। बीजेपी के साथ तो हमारा टकराव रहेगा, लेकिन मरकज़ के साथ टक्कर करना ये हमारी कोई मजबूरी नहीं है। मरकज़ के साथ ठीक ठाक ताल्लुकात बने, मुझे लगता है ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के लिए फ़ायदेमंद होगा। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने झगड़े के लिए वोट नहीं दिए। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने वोट का इस्तेमाल किया क्योंकि वो रोज़गार चाहते हैं, नौकरियां चाहते हैं, तरक्की चाहते हैं, वो रियासत का दर्जा चाहते हैं, वो बिजली में एक राहत चाहते हैं, अन्य उनके जो मुश्किलात हैं वो उन मुश्किलातों का हल चाहते हैं, और वो मुश्किलातों का हल नई दिल्ली के साथ झगड़ा करके नहीं होगा।
Okay, joining us now is Nazir from Srinagar. Nazir, remarkable comeback by the NC after that humiliating defeat in the Lok Sabha elections of Omar Abdullah in the hands of Sheikh Engineer Rashid. But clearly here Omar Abdullah is also striking a reconciliatory note, making it clear that there will not be any unnecessary, conflict with the centre. And of course, Congress is part of the alliance, but just with 6 seats. That has been a setback for the Congress as well. How do you see this alliance working, and what is the latest? When is Omar Abdullah likely to take oath?
Well, the alliance, it is, which is widely believed, and it's really evident that Congress has won these seats on the back of national consensus, not on its own strength. It could have shown its strength in the main Jammu area, where they could not win even a single seat, and the performance was pathetically bad, poor. Having said that, national conference besides winning 42 seats, they are expected to get 5-6, independents. Most of them are still NC members, but contested as independents because they didn't get the seats mostly due to the alliance, compulsions. Those seats went to the Congress, but NC members chose to contest as independents, and most of them have won. So today, some of these independents are expected to join back national conference officially. Some may join in next few days, and there will be a legislative party meeting. NC has not announced the date and timing yet to elect the leader, and then there would be a meeting of the alliance also with Congress and the CPM member Mohammed Tarigami and others, these independents, and then there would be the leader of the ruling party, and then that would be submitted to the governor, and they will stake the claim, and at the time which would be convenient to both, that the vote taking will take place. I think it will take few days, but clearly this election is a setback for the Congress, where it is a big win, a resounding victory for the National Conference. We're only talking about the Congress setback in Haryana. There's a bigger setback for the Congress in Jammu and Kashmir also. Now, when it's clubbed with the National Conference, so it is seen as a victory, though it's not a victory for the Congress. It is clearly a victory of the National Conference. And the other parties like BDP has also suffered a rout in this election after contesting around 80 seats, and they have just won 3 seats. In last 2014, they had won 28 seats, were the single largest party. So this election is actually redefining politics. On one hand, you have a national conference, almost absolute majority. On the other side, you have
a setback for the PDP here, and even the Congress couldn't really do much here in Jammu Kashmir. What about the BJP? BJP managed to win 29 seats, of course, in the election. But what is the strategy of the BJP going to be going forward?
Well, BJP, leader Ram Madhav, who was sent here as a special, leader, for arrangement during the elections because he has vast contacts in Jammu and Kashmir, and he was here to see, not only was he the elections, manage the election, but also see in case BJP falls short of seats, there are so many contacts in so many parties. So he could have used them. But since the National Conference has got almost absolute majority, so there's no point of BJP now even trying to, form government. They have got 29 seats mainly in Jammu. More than BJP, it's a challenge for Omar Abdullah how he will accommodate representation from Jammu so that no region, no religion, no language is left out of the, governance in Jammu and Kashmir, government structure in Jammu and Kashmir. And when I asked the same question to Omar Abdullah, he said he will accommodate, he wanted to give due representation to everybody after forming the government.
Right. Thank you, Nazir, for joining us with those critical details. It has been a remarkable comeback for the National Conference, winning 42 seats and a strike rate of 75%. So clearly, the party has sent out a very important message that it is the #1 party when it comes to Kashmir. But the story is different in Jammu, with the BJP strengthening its position and also increasing its vote share. So clearly, the Kashmir story, the Jammu Kashmir story, is not over yet. Of course, the government is going to be formed, and it will be interesting to see if there is actually a cordial working relationship between the new elected J&K Assembly and, of course, the LG and the centre. Joining us now is Manisha Priyam, political and social commentator, and we also have Amitabh Tiwari, who is a man of numbers and also political commentator. Thank you so much, both of you, for joining me on this show. Joining us on the show. To you, Amitabh Tiwari, first, Kitty and I were discussing as to where did the BJP actually perform so well in Haryana, because every area, every region seems to, witness an increase in vote share and also seat share. So clearly help us understand who are the people who voted for the BJP in huge numbers, and is there any truth to this pro-Dalit and anti-Jat consolidation that we are talking about?
I think the BJP contested this election in a fairly local manner. BJP is used to contesting state elections like national elections, but realizing that there was some bit of anger. See, the farmers' protest, the Agniveer protest, and the restless protest, these were all undoings of the central government and not necessarily the state government. So the BJP made this election a very seat-by-seat election. They saw that their core vote base could not like the return of the Jat era, because the Congress gave tickets to almost 30 plus Jat candidates, and it was clear that if the OBC, SC and the Punjabi Khatri community, which are traditional backers of the BJP over the last 10 years, if they were to remain in power, they would have to vote for the BJP. And also, we cannot ignore that there was a bit of, or there is an element of
breaking news. Samna, which is the Shiv Sena UBT mouthpiece, has made a very strong attack on the Congress party, blaming it for its performance and making it clear that when it comes to a straight fight between the Congress and the BJP, the Congress has often faltered. This is something that allies of India bloc have often talked about. Now, allies are hitting out at the Congress party, and this is crucial, Kitty, because this comes just before the seat sharing arrangements get finalized in Maharashtra Mahavikas Aghadi. So Uddhav Thackeray hitting out at the Congress party, making it clear that when it comes to a straight fight, the Congress is up to no good deal.
And after the Haryana loss, it's very important to note here, Vasudha, that the Congress party would definitely be at the mercy of its alliance partners when it goes to elections in Maharashtra or even Delhi next year. Now, this is some important bit of information that has come in. The UBT has said that the Congress must learn from its Haryana loss, and K. Shailja has been publicly humiliated during the polls. Well, my colleague Sujata is also now joining us on the broadcast here. Sujata, take us through the details now. I think there's some problem with the audio there with our reporter. We'll go back to Sujata in just a moment. Well,
let's take that question to Manisha Priyam. Manisha, help us understand when the UBT Shiv Sena says that the Congress High Command failed to control factions. There are precedents to this. We saw what happened in Madhya Pradesh. We saw what happened in Chhattisgarh. We have Sujata back with us. Sujata, tell us what exactly does this Samna piece say, and how sharp is this attack? Because yesterday also we saw UBT spokespersons come out and criticize the Congress very sharply.
Well, certainly, and considering the nature of the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections in Maharashtra this time, it is Samana which clearly came out and stated about how it was Congress not taking benefit of the BJP's vulnerabilities in the state, which led to them not taking the complete benefit, and the disarray of interests and factionalism within the Congress led to them losing a tray of seats that were ready for them. And also in Samana, which comes under the UBT, the faction of Shiv Sena, it stated that somewhere the Congress must be cautious and take lessons because considering, be it the entire leads that the Congress was taking in the start, it was very evident that the Congress could make their government in the state. However, the Haryana polls has completely given a warning, a sign for the Mahavikas Aghadi too, where it is, the Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray Shiv Sena, which has stated and mentioned several reasons. And also they did accuse the former Chief Minister Dipinder Singh Hooda about how it is his own mindset that he believes that Mr. Bhupinder is the sole decision maker in the party, and several senior leaders like Shailja Kumari was also sidelined and her decisions were not taken, leading to a state of factionalism, and also the top tier authority of the parties were not able to include themselves in the affairs of the election, in the process of it, because of which it led to the Congress unable to secure the majority. And also because it is a state of seat sharing discussions which is underway in Maharashtra for the upcoming assembly elections. Congress and Shiv Sena UBT are definitely on one-to-one basis.
We'll come back to you. Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena UBT is speaking on this. Let's listen into that.
बदलू शकला असता किंवा अधिक ज्याला काटेकी टक्कर म्हणतो ती होऊ शकली असती. काही पक्ष असे आहेत की ज्यांना तिथे महत्त्व देणं गरजेचं होतं. समाजवादी पार्टी असेल, आप तिथे निवडणुका लढते, आपच्या मतांचा जिथे काही टक्का आहे, या सगळ्यांशी चर्चा करून इंडिया आघाडी म्हणून जर हरियाणामध्ये निवडणुकांना आपण सामोरे गेले असतो तर निकालामध्ये नक्की बदल झालेला असता. पण हरियाणाचा निकालाचा फायदा एक झाला की महाराष्ट्र.
It was a very close call that Congress was unable to form its government. However, it was a good fight by the Congress.
त्या महाराष्ट्रात होणार.
The fault and the mistakes done by the Congress as well as the opposition in Haryana will not be repeated in Maharashtra.
Power वगैरे हे विषय जे आहेत हे आमच्या डोक्यात सुद्धा येत नाही. कसली बार्गेनिंग पॉवर? महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रतिष्ठेच्या संदर्भात कोणते
The bargaining power in regards to seat sharing is not amongst us, the Mahavikas Aghadi, and we are very sure of what is going to be our next move.
माननीय उद्धव ठाकरे यांनी सांगितलं ते 100% सत्य आहे. जम्मू काश्मीरच्या निवडणुकीमध्ये ओमर अब्दुल्ला हा चेहरा होता. लोकांनी ओमर अब्दुल्ला आणि इंडिया आघाडीला मतदान केलं. ते मान्य केलं पाहिजे. हरियाणामध्ये सुद्धा जर
It is very true what Uddhav Thackeray says with respect to the face of the chief minister. Omar Abdullah was the face in Jammu and Kashmir, which eventually led to people dropping in votes for the India Aghadi.
आधी निवडणुका लढायच्या, जिंकायच्या आणि मग नेता, हे धोरण लोकांच्या पचनी पडत नाही. माझा नेता कोण या राज्याचा, माझं नेतृत्व कोण करणार आहे, या राज्याचा चेहरा कोणता आहे हे स्पष्ट केलं. एकनाथ शिंदे हा चेहरा नव्हता, तो लादलेला चेहरा आहे. आता त्या चेहऱ्याने
It is very clear that who is going to become the face of a chief minister, because people want to know who is going to be their leader. Eknath Shinde, during his tenure now as the chief minister, he was never the face as the leader in the start, which eventually led to this time they will not be able to secure the majority votes, but we are very sure of our votes.
नहीं, कोई असर नहीं. हिंदी जो मामला है लगभग पूरा हो चुका है, लेकिन हमको कुछ सबक लेनी पड़ेगी. कुछ बातें ऐसी है जो हरियाणा में हुई है, जो नहीं होनी चाहिए थी, वो महाराष्ट्र में हमको दुरुस्त करनी पड़ेगी. एक उससे फायदा हो गया कि जो हरियाणा में जो गलतियां हुई, ऐसा लगता है, हमें लगता है, शायद कांग्रेस को नहीं लगता होगा. मैं इंडिया गठबंधन की बात करता हूँ, मैं महाविकास आघाड़ी की बात करता हूँ, तो महाराष्ट्र में उस हिसाब से हमको काम करना पड़ेगा. रीजनल पार्टी के सपोर्ट शिवाय, सपोर्ट के बिना, चाहे कांग्रेस पार्टी हो चाहे बीजेपी हो, कोई भी देश में राज नहीं कर सकता. चाहे बीजेपी हो, आज बीजेपी की सरकार तो रीजनल पार्टी के ऊपर ही बनी है ना.
India allies, of course, are now questioning the Congress over the Haryana loss. That's Sanjay Raut speaking to the media. Earlier, TMC also had questioned the Congress party over Haryana loss, saying that they need to introspect. It's the arrogance that's cost the Congress in Haryana. And now you have the UBT saying that K. Selja was publicly humiliated during the polls, and the Congress High Command failed to control the factions. That is something that's responsible for the Congress party's loss here. Sujata, well, it's very much clear the Congress seems to be losing the negotiating power here when it comes to the allies after the Haryana loss. Not just the Aam Aadmi Party or TMC, but it's the UBT also now questioning the Congress party.
Exactly, and if you look at the series of events that have happened in the past, it was after the Lok Sabha polls that the bargaining power of Congress in Maharashtra somewhere had increased, and now for the upcoming Vidhan Sabha polls, it was Congress very well sure that they will be able to, get better votes and better seats this time with regards to the Vidhan Sabha polls. And also, as per what the exit polls in Haryana stated, that Congress was clearly on the verge, and it was a clean, swift win for the Congress. But after the results, it is now the other members of the Mahavikas Aghadi who clearly seem dissatisfied with Congress performance, and this is not because of the number of seats that they have scored and whether it was less than what it was required, but it was also the Samna which stated that it is not about winning or loss, but it is about the top tier controlling their party, and how it was the Haryana state unit which failed to give the needed attention and the needed decision making power to other leaders, and it was the former chief minister of the Congress, that is Mr. Huda, who took all the decisions and thought himself as the sole bearer of the party, eventually leading to this happening. So somewhere the bargaining power in Maharashtra is definitely going to be impacted in the Mahavikas Aghadi as well, considering that the dates of the Vidhan Sabha polls in Maharashtra also seems to be nearing. So at this point, definitely in Congress in Maharashtra too, the leaders will try to ensure that they assure the Mahavikas Aghadi of them keeping a close check and control on the disarrays that has been happening in the party internally, where several leaders in the past have also expressed their dissatisfaction.
In the Mahavikas Aghadi was also who will be the CM face, and there's an implicit understanding in the MVA that there will be no CM face this time, although there's been a lot of clamour in the UBT Shiv Sena to project Uddhav Thackeray as the CM face. Would this also increase noise and clamour for Shiv Sena, in the sense would this also put Shiv Sena in a stronger footing, considering that the party, but of course Congress performed really well in Lok Sabha, so it can't be easily given to the Shiv Sena as well. That's what the Congress has also been saying.
Well, yes, and if we speak about the Lok Sabha performance of the Congress, where it scored 13 seats in Maharashtra, and also considering that how Uddhav Thackeray this time in the Vidhan Sabha polls, it is going to be important to see and witness his performance based on the sympathy ground that he has been on so far because of the faction and the split that happened in 2022. And so far, the Mahavikas Aghadi has always been vocal about how they are on, always of the view that Shiv Sena UBT must be given the role of a big brother in the Aghadi, considering their stronghold as the Marathi Manos, and because Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray follows the hierarchy of Balasaheb Thackeray, so the vote garnering power of UBT becomes stronger. But this time it was the Congress too who did ask for a big leap, and also out of the 288 seats in Maharashtra, it was Congress who was willing to fight on at least 130 to 150 seats. However, now after this entire results seen, we see that the episodes of seat sharing distribution vary, and where Shiv Sena UBT now in a strong position, considering the support and also the Dashera Melawa in Maharashtra, which is to be held on the 12th of October.
Let's go to Mr. Amitabh Tiwari. We've kept Mr. Tiwari waiting, but a lot of developments, of course, taking place here. Mr. Amitabh Tiwari, well, the India allies are now questioning the Congress party, of course, over the Haryana loss. The TMC, now the UBT, how do we really see it here playing out, in the coming elections, specifically Maharashtra, Jharkhand, and the Delhi polls, of course, that are due to take place next year?
And Mr. Tiwari, if I may add, the Prime Minister also talked about it yesterday. When it comes to a straight fight between the Congress and the BJP, why does the Congress falter? Because this actually gives a lot of ammunition to this theory that regional parties are stronger when it comes to countering the BJP.
So yeah, if you see, this is the third straight election where the Congress party had chances to defeat BJP, but it was not able to. after Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and now Haryana. So, of course, allies are taking pot shots at the Congress party because Aam Aadmi Party and Samajwadi Party both were demanding a few seats in Haryana. In Maharashtra, what happens is that this defeat of the Congress party weakens its bargaining power in the seat distribution. As your reporter said, the Congress party, after the Lok Sabha performance, was demanding a lion's share of seats. However, NCP Sharad Pawar and Shiv Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, they are harping on a theory of or a formula of 1/3 seats each. And Uddhav Thackeray Sena is also demanding for Uddhav Thackeray to be announced as the CM face because he was the CM. So now both the regional parties will put pressure on the so now both these regional parties would put pressure on Congress.
Let's also get our viewers some breaking news. Haryana Caretaker Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini is in Delhi. He has in fact arrived to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his residence in LKM. Remember, there's an important meeting that is also going to be held here. This is all planning for the next cabinet. Remember that the BJP actually fielded a lot of fresh candidates, new faces. So of course, Kitty, this time the Haryana cabinet is going to be a newer cabinet. It's also going to see a mix of old and new. This is a massive victory for the BJP. Not just in terms of number of seats, but also, increase in vote share. Mr. Saini will also be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah. He had a chat with him yesterday over the phone line. He'll also be meeting BJP President JP Nadda. And BJP will also be holding meetings on Haryana government formation. This comes after several meetings were held in Manohar Lal's house yesterday and also in BJP President JP Nadda's house.
Back-to-back meetings that are taking place yesterday, of course. 2 meetings at least that we know of that had taken place, 2 to 3 meetings that had taken place, and today this is an important meeting that is going to take place. BJP central leadership is going to be meeting. Well, what we are learning now is that Nayab Singh Saini has already reached Lok Kalyan Marg and he is going to be meeting Prime Minister Modi. Prime Minister Modi has already congratulated Nayab Singh Saini for this decisive mandate that the BJP has got in Haryana. We'll talk about this and more. We'll be taking a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Started.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
Welcome back. Nayab Singh Saini, the caretaker chief minister of Haryana, where the BJP has managed to manage a hat-trick, and this is a significant coming for the first time in the history of Haryana. Now Nayab Singh Saini has arrived in Delhi. In fact, he has arrived at the Prime Minister's residence. Nayab Singh Saini is meeting the Prime Minister, and he will also be meeting Home Minister Amit Shah and BJP President JP Nadda today. All this with regard to government formation in Haryana, and of course the nature of the cabinet is going to be very different. Joining us now is Aishwarya, my colleague, who's been tracking the story. Aishwarya, Nayab Singh Saini is in Delhi to meet the Prime Minister. Yesterday, the Prime Minister showered a lot of praise on him and also in his predecessor, Manohar Lal. So clearly, it's a good day for him. He is likely to come back as the Chief Minister again. But the Haryana cabinet, the BJP cabinet, is going to be different because there will be inclusion of new faces. Considering so many castes and communities have voted for the BJP, there will be a difference in that as well.
Well, certainly it is, of course, Nayab Singh Saini, who had a historic victory, and Bharatiya Janata Party State President of Haryana, Mohan Lal Badoli, Badoli has also reached national capital. Nayab Singh Saini met Prime Minister Narendra Modi a short while back at 7 LKM along with Amit Shah and JP Nadda over there, and from there he is now on his way to Haryana Bhavan. Later he will be meeting many other senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party as well. Clearly, this is regarding the government formation because the Bharatiya Janata Party wants continuity in the state of Haryana, and therefore they want to move it in a very fast pace as far as the oath-taking ceremony is concerned and the work concerned to the public in Haryana is also. So certainly it is Nayab Singh Saini who will later in a day will also meet Manohar Lal Khattar at his residence as well. But certainly as of now we can tell our viewers that Nayab Singh Saini, the designated Chief Minister of Haryana, had met along with BJP State President of Haryana, Mohan Lal Badoli, with Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah at 7 LKM. Remember, at 10:30 there is a cabinet meeting, and post that there would be several meetings that are also lined up for Nayab Singh Saini in national capital.
That are coming in at the moment from outside Lok Kalyan Marg, where the home of Prime Minister Modi, where Nayab Singh Saini had gone to meet the Prime Minister and also Union Home Minister Amit Shah, and he's now headed to the Haryana Bhavan at the moment. He's the man of the moment, and it's because of him. The credit, of course, goes to Nayab Singh Saini, who was appointed as the Chief Minister of Haryana just 6 months back, and there was of course, apprehension, there were doubts, but he managed to pull this off. And of course, the credit must be given where it is due, and it definitely goes to Nayab Singh Saini and the team that had been working, to ensure that the BJP, gets this decisive mandate that has been given to the party by the people of Haryana. Well, also, we are now shifting our focus to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The Reserve Bank of India has kept its key interest rate unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. Its Governor Shaktikanta Das announced today. What does this mean for you? My colleague Sakshi Bajaj explains.
Well, that's right. The key lending rate really unchanged at 6.5%. What does this mean for you ahead of the festive season? Well, it really means that your EMIs have not changed. So the RBI leaving the lending rate unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. Remember, these rates have remained steady since the RBI decided to balance inflation and growth essentially. So very crucial.
Okay, we will try and connect with Sakshi, but let's also talk about Nayab Singh Saini, who is basically in Delhi. But other important stories, the RBI has kept its key interest rate unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. Its Governor Shaktikanta Das has announced this. Of course, this means a lot for the middle class. Sakshi, you're back with us again. Tell us what does this signify?
Well, absolutely. What does this mean for you, the consumer, the viewer? It essentially means that your EMIs haven't changed. So really no relief for buyers ahead of the festive season. The RBI leaving the repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. Remember, the lending rate has now been unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. And remember, this comes due to the fact that the RBI was maintaining a cautious approach in the aim towards balancing inflation and economic growth both at large. RBI governor very clearly stating there that, look, domestic growth has sustained momentum and the growth projection for India as the economy has been left unchanged at 7.2% at large for the current financial year. So painting a very optimistic picture as far as growth is concerned, but also saying that going forward for inflation, we will need to keep an eye out, because he does say that, look, due to unfavorable base and food inflation rates, going forward, the CPI print for September, for the month of September, the CPI print may come in higher, the RBI governor says. So inflation really is something one will have to watch out for. Also says that, significant risks to inflation continue to stare at us, but India's economy at large is presenting a very stable picture in the face of, remember, what the world is facing at large, geopolitical risks dominating the rest of the world. So the RBI governor very clearly saying that India's economy is maintaining a stable picture at the moment.
All right. Thank you so much, Sakshi, for getting us all those details there. That's the big development that has taken place. We have more news that we're tracking at this point in time amid the Israel-Hezbollah conflict. Israel has said that Nasrallah's successors have been eliminated completely. The UN chief also has given a statement saying that Lebanon is on the verge of an all-out war. Let's listen into these reactions coming in. My colleague Ghazali is also on the ground. He's reporting from the war zone, getting us details from there.
You have an opportunity that hasn't existed in decades. An opportunity to take care of the future of your children and grandchildren. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza.
The situation in the southern suburb of Lebanon is very dire, because not only the ground engagement with the combat forces is happening on the southern suburbs, but aerial attacks have been also happening on areas which Israel claims is the stronghold of Hezbollah. But the civilian casualties have been very high in Lebanon for the last 2.5 weeks since the pager explosion was reported from this region. And now Israel is also claiming that its navy will get or enter into Lebanon to occupy more territories, because yesterday, in one of the areas which is close to the Israeli-Lebanon border, which Israel claimed was perhaps a launch pad or kind of a workstation for Hezbollah from where it used to launch rockets towards Israel, has been occupied by the Israeli forces. They have posted Israeli flag in that particular region. Many villages have been evacuated, and not just near the border areas. Right now, I am here in Beirut, in the city center, and right behind me is the area called Dahieh. Dahieh is one area where Israeli bombardment have been intense. Every day almost there have been bombardments in that particular region from where the Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah was killed. Now, what has happened in the last 24 hours? The deputy chief of Hezbollah issued a public statement yesterday addressing the people of Lebanon, saying that perhaps Israel has not been able to dismantle its operations, Hezbollah's operations, and they are power, their influence is still intact, and they're engaging in ground combat with Israeli forces. And that is why their influence have been so enriching, perhaps, that Israel has been forced to choose the option of entering into Lebanon through the sea route, through their navy forces. But what we are expecting is that despite all the appeals of ceasefire, the US has said that perhaps it has failed to achieve the ceasefire, and now they want Israel to dismantle Hezbollah and deplete its influence in Lebanon. So what we are expecting that this war will continue to go on. What is the cost of this migration and this conflict? You see this family here, they are from Lebanon, but they're trying to move towards Syria. And this is a young girl with me. I'll just try to speak to her about what has been... Wait, what is Arabic. Just little English. What is your name?
Suraya, and I go to the Syria. I love Lebanon.
Why are you going to Syria? Why are you leaving Lebanon?
Because in Lebanon is danger.
It's danger. These young kids are also walking on foot with their family, and the reason being that this entire road which I had just shown you is damaged near the Syrian-Lebanese border. On my back, you see this is the road which goes towards Syria. I am in Lebanese territory, and for the last 1 week, this area has faced intense bombing, and that is why there is a big crater on this street, on this highway, which has compelled people to stop their car before they could get into Syria. So all these cars you see behind me, they're all queuing up here, because just a short distance from here, you can see people getting down, alighting from their car because the cars can't move. And this is the situation that every minute behind me, on this side is Lebanon, and you see all these people getting down. Every minute there is a car which is coming, a family inside with all their belongings. They're all moving towards Syria. They say Lebanon is not safe, and this is the fate of these people who don't know that what lies in future for them as the war. And I'll just try to see that what is happening here, because a lot of people, they're all moving towards the Syrian territory. They've got the documents. Do you want to say something?
Yes, I will miss Lebanon so much. Bye.
Bye. Stay safe.
Bye.
Suraya, stay safe.
We'll go to stay safe forever in Syria.
Inshallah. You'll be
Inshallah.
safe. Thank you, Suraya. Thank you. Stay safe. Thank you. So this is a little kid, and this shows the cost of war which has been inflicted on a population which has nothing to do with this conflict. And now thousands of people are queuing up near the Syrian-Lebanese border. People from Lebanon are moving towards Syria, not knowing what lies ahead in the future. From Syrian-Lebanese border, Mohammed Ghazali for NDTV.
The price of war, humanitarian crisis unfolding there. Now, meanwhile, Nayab Singh Saini, the caretaker Chief Minister of Haryana, speaking. He's in Delhi. Let's listen in to what he says.
हर वर्ग के लिए चलाई है, उसका परिणाम है, उन नीतियों का परिणाम है, मोदी जी की लोकप्रियता का परिणाम है। मोदी जी को देश के लोग प्यार करते हैं, मोदी जी को देश के लोग स्नेह करते हैं, और उसका परिणाम है भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा के अंदर तीसरी बार प्रचंड बहुमत से वो आई है। और हरियाणा के लोगों का मैं दिल से धन्यवाद करता हूं कि जिन्होंने मोदी जी की नीतियों के ऊपर मोहर लगाई है। मैं सभी का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं अपने हरियाणा के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का भी मैं दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, जिन्होंने इतनी कड़ी मेहनत और सरकार की डबल इंजन की नीतियों को जन जन तक पहुंचाने का काम किया है। मैं उन सब कार्यकर्ताओं को भी दिल से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, उनको धन्यवाद देता हूं कि उनकी मेहनत के कारण हम तीसरी बार सत्ता में आए हैं। आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी,
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
The moment I saw it, I thought I will have to come here.
I'm loving it. An experience to remember for a lifetime.
जानू ना मुझको कैसे है पा लिया इस शहर ने लापता था मैं पहले अपना लिया इस शहर ने शोर भी लगे एक दिन की तरह हर दिन लगे एक नई सी सुबह भीड़ सी है इस डगर में लाखों सपने हैं नजर में लाख लो से तेज है पर मौज सी है इस सफर पे
क्योंकि अभी एक IFP करके एक फेस्टिवल और होता है आप भी आपका भी तो IFP में सेशन था
कोई था जिसका IFP में सेशन नहीं था
I love being here, man. IFP is like home.
Feels so good to be here. Feels good to be back, you know, feels like home.
It was a wonderful session and my first time at IFP has been a blast.
I loved it. I loved it. The energy in the room was absolutely brilliant.
I'm so glad to be here. It's an electric atmosphere. So many people who love films here.
It's so exciting because the audiences have been extremely warm and we have all of these amazing people over here.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From the heart of city in Beirut,
After BJP's big win in Haryana, Prime Minister Modi has met caretaker Chief Minister Nayab Singh Saini. Haryana government formation is the focus.
Key India bloc allies have now questioned Congress party over its loss in Haryana after Aam Aadmi Party and TMC. Now UBT Shiv Sena has called out the Congress party after its loss in Haryana polls. India allies have slammed the Congress party's arrogance.
Omar Abdullah has spoken to NDTV saying that there are differences with the BJP, but we won't fight them. We will pass statehood resolution soon.
Big news from RBI, no relief in EMIs. Key lending rate unchanged. RBI Governor Shaktikanta Das led Monetary Policy Committee has made this announcement, saying that repo rate has been kept unchanged.
NDTV reports from war zone, Lebanon-Syria border. More than 1 million Lebanese people have been displaced in the ongoing war. Netanyahu has warned Lebanon of facing destruction like Gaza.
In the US, Hurricane Milton now closes in on Florida. Thousands are fleeing the state. Well, a day after the BJP struck a hat-trick in the state of Haryana, becoming the only party since the inception of the state of Haryana in 1966 to come back to power for the third time, it's the Congress party that's facing the heat. Remember, the party has been sitting in the opposition for the last 10 years. This time it was hopeful of defeating the BJP, but that hasn't happened. It continues to be in the opposition. Now, allies, India bloc allies have questioned the Congress party strategies and also its abilities to take on the BJP when it comes to a direct fight between the BJP and the Congress party. It's not just the Haryana, even in Jammu, the Congress party has managed to just win one seat. It was a direct fight between the BJP and Congress, and it's the BJP that has managed to strengthen its position in Jammu, even as the NC continues to reign supreme in the whole of J&K. But allies on offensive, Congress on the back foot now, specifically with regard to its Haryana performance, where it performed not as per expectations and will continue to be part of opposition.
Absolutely, Vasudha. Now, India allies hitting out at the Congress over the Haryana loss. It's not just the Aam Aadmi Party or the TMC, but also Uddhav Sena that has slammed the Congress party. Uddhav Sena mouthpiece Samna has mocked the Congress, saying that the Congress needs to learn from the Haryana loss, and it also went on to mention that K. Selja was publicly humiliated during the polls. Well, we do understand there was infighting going on between the Selja camp and the Huda camp, and that was certainly out in the public, and that's what the that's what has been mentioned in UBT mouthpiece Samna. The Congress High Command failed to curb the infighting. That is what it has said. Now, what the TMC has said? TMC has said that it's the arrogance of the Congress that has led to the loss for the Congress party in Haryana. Not just that, Aam Aadmi Party boss Arvind Kejriwal also has hit out at the Congress party for the infighting, taking the infighting jibe at the Congress party.
Well, Aam Aadmi Party is also in some ways justified in its anger against the Congress Party because it was a state unit of, led by Hudas, which also led to the Aam Aadmi Party Congress deal not working out. TMC, of course, Mamata Banerjee has never been part of the India Alliance before elections. She has always had problems with Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary and the state unit. But, of course, all allies taking pot shots at the Congress Party. Let's first listen into what Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena UBT said today.
हरियाणा में इंडिया गठबंधन नहीं बन पाया क्योंकि वहाँ कांग्रेस को लगता था कि बस हम अपने ताकत पर अपने बलबूते पर जीतेंगे तो सत्ता में और कोई भागीदार नहीं चाहिए। तो हमारे जो मित्र है हुड्डा जी या कांग्रेस के नेता है उनको लगा कि हम ही जीतेंगे। अगर समाजवादी पार्टी है अखिलेश जी की, आप है केजरीवाल साहब के नेतृत्व में, हमारे जैसे छोटे छोटे दल है, हमारे खाते में 1-2 सीटें आ जाती तो ज़रूर ये जो चित्र है, ये निर्णय है जो जनता ने दिया, उसमें जरूर बदलाव होता है। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो चुनाव लड़ा है वो बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से लड़ा है। हारी हुई बाजी बीजेपी ने जीत ली, ये मान्य करना पड़ेगा।
Sanjay Raut of Shiv Sena UBT making an important point there, alleging that the Congress party did not give due importance to its own allies, including Samajwadi Party and Aam Aadmi Party. Remember, these were parties that were eyeing for a few seats. Of course, those deals did not really work out. And Aam Aadmi Party has managed to get a little bit of vote share in certain parts of Haryana, including in the district of Kurukshetra. Going across to my colleagues, Sujata, who reports from Mumbai, and of course, Saurabh Gupta, who is joining us from Kolkata. Sujata, to you first. This is a very sharp attack on the Congress party by Shiv Sena, led by UBT, and it comes at a very critical time because the seat sharing arrangement talks are going on, and there has been an implicit understanding that there will not be a CM face, and this is not something that the Uddhav Thackeray faction of the party wants. They want Uddhav Thackeray to be designated as a CM face. So clearly, Congress facing a lot of heat from its Mahavikas Aghadi allies.
Well, yes, and speaking on that, it was Uddhav Thackeray who was being seen up and looked up as the chief ministerial face in the upcoming elections. But this time it was the seat sharing that somewhere led to a tussle that was happening, where Congress did ask for a lion's share in this entire seat sharing talks. But after the Haryana poll, it is somewhere that the Samana as well as Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray's various leaders, including Sanjay Raut, have been clearly, mocking Congress for their performance and also how it was a ready-to-win election for the Congress, but it was their overconfidence and also the factionalism that led to this incident happening, where the Congress did not turn up to form their government, and the move of the Congress to go solo in the elections eventually led to them losing the elections. So somewhere Sanjay Rao definitely hinting at things not going right with the Congress in the Haryana, and also, but he did say that this will not impact or affect the upcoming Vidhan Sabha polls in Maharashtra at all. But what remains to be seen that this statement at this appointed time, where the seat sharing talks are underway until the 12th of October, it is the Mahavikas Aghadi who has to finalize their seat sharing talks, and where in Mumbai and several other regions in Maharashtra, after the Lok Sabha polls, the Congress is demanding a lion's share in the seats. However, will they be given that or not, considering and taking in review of their recent Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha, as well as the recent results that has come out in Haryana? It is somewhere a big doubt with regards to the Mahavikas Aghadi integrity and unity at this point. But what a message that Sanjay Rao did give was praising the BJP for its performance, stating that it was a loss for the BJP as per what the exit polls did show, but it was BJP who converted it into a win. So somewhere Sanjay Rao at this point against the Congress and mocking them for the
developments here,
performance.
Sujata. I'll come back to you. Sujata. Looking at the developments that have taken place now, with the UBT now hitting out of the Congress party, looks like the Congress is certainly on the back foot here and seems to be losing the negotiating muscle when it comes to talks with the alliance partners over this seat sharing. Let me go across to Saurabh also here. Saurabh, not just the UBT or the Aam Aadmi party, but also the TMC now hitting out at the Congress party, with Saket Gokhale putting out this tweet saying that arrogance, entitlement and looking down on regional parties is a recipe for disaster.
Absolutely. And with the Trinamool Congress and the Congress party, specifically in the West Bengal context, this has been a problem. Now, even if you look at the Lok Sabha elections, the seat sharing deal did not work out between the Trinamool and the Congress party. Because the number of seats that the Congress demanded was something that the Trinamool felt that the Congress didn't have the wherewithal to win. Now, in a state like West Bengal, of course, the situation may be slightly reversed for the Congress, where it is, of course, the smaller partner and the Trinamool is the larger party in terms of organization, vote share and number of seats won in previous elections. But look at it from the national picture and look at regional parties and how, the Congress can form alliances with them. And like Sujata was explaining, for example, whether it's the chief ministerial face in Maharashtra in Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, or whether it's the Congress in states like Haryana, where many believe that perhaps an alliance with the Aam Aadmi party could have bettered the chances of the Congress party, because the results clearly didn't go as they expected. So in West Bengal too, the Trinamool has been saying is that the Congress needs to adopt a change in its attitude towards regional parties, which it can partner, because the larger sort of anti-BJP platform on the anti-BJP political forces in the country can come together. But for that, the Congress needs to, stop acting as the big brother when it comes to regional forces. And that's something that perhaps is an issue we will see in recurring elections vis-a-vis seat sharing negotiations. We are already seeing it in Maharashtra, like Sujata was explaining. In West Bengal, that has happened during the Lok Sabha elections. There was no seat sharing deal and it didn't go well for the Congress. The Congress actually, lost a seat from the last time. Adit Chaudhary, who was vehemently against an alliance with the Trinamool, lost his own seat.
Saurabh will come back to you.
Saurabh, and also going across to Aishwarya now, Saurabh is making a very important point here. Of course, TMC was never part of the India bloc, when the elections began, and of course when the India bloc was formed. And Mamata Banerjee has always had problems with the way Congress leadership behaved, not really consulting people when it comes to presidential candidate or vice presidential candidate. But the BJP also has in some ways a narrative role to play in this, and this is why I would like to get Aishwarya on this. Aishwarya, the Prime Minister spoke about how the Congress party has always been dependent on allies. In fact, he has always called the Congress party parasite-like. That's a very sharp attack. And yesterday he said that, he repeated it. So how is the BJP looking at Congress party facing all this criticism, attack from its own allies?
Well, yesterday as well, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi who sharpened his attack on the Congress party, stating that it's one royal family that is that lives in a five-star, and they want to govern the entire country. They do not go to the roots, and they are dependent on their allies. And whenever there had been alliance with the Congress party, in fact, the Congress party had suffered, and that too we have seen in the state of Haryana and also in the national capital as well. The Congress and Aam Aadmi Party, remember, were in alliance in the national capital as well for the Lok Sabha polls. We faced a 7-0 defeat in all the 7 Lok Sabha constituencies in Haryana as well. There was no alliance that was made, and therefore it impacted. And largely, if we see the data coming out from the Election Commission of India as far as the vote share is concerned, majorly where the Bharatiya Janata Party had won these seats with a margin of close to 1,000 to 2,000. There were several of those constituencies where Aam Aadmi Party got at least those number of votes which can cut the Congress share and had gained to the Bharatiya Janata Party ultimately. So of course in the Bharatiya Janata Party is looking at region wise, and the senior leadership had clearly stated to us that every state elections are different, every polls are different for them, and they make their strategies according to that particular region as well. And looking at different states coming up in the elections, whether it is Delhi, Jharkhand, Maharashtra, they will be making their strategy according to what the opposition is also thinking on. So clearly, the BJP is thinking far more ahead. Of course, the strategies are being made at this level when the election dates are not only announced. There are several meetings that had been done in different states, including Maharashtra, Jharkhand, and Delhi. There had been already in charges that have been made. They have been stationed at those states. So BJP strategy is very different, as they say that BJP is always in election mode around the year.
Right. Thank you, Aishwarya. So, a resounding victory of the BJP in Haryana, this hat-trick that the BJP scored in Haryana yesterday, and the setback to the Congress party that continues to be in opposition in Haryana, of course, will have political consequences, because while it puts the BJP in a stronger footing in the upcoming elections, particularly in the states of Haryana, like our colleagues were also talking about, and of course in Jharkhand, there is a price that the Congress will have to pay politically, electorally, in terms of seats, in terms of narrative, in terms of the way its own allies see it. And that's what we will discuss today. Joining us now is Tarun Upadhyay, who's a senior journalist. And we also have Sajan Kumar, who is a political commentator and author. Thank you both of you for joining us on this show. Sajan, to you first. There is an increase in vote share. There is an increase in also seat share of the BJP. But what these election results have also done for the party largely is, in some ways, it has vindicated the positioning of the party in terms of its popularity, especially after what we saw in 2024, Lok Sabha elections. On the 4th of June, there was the slight doubt that the popularity of the PM is probably not as much as people thought it was, and clearly that the BJP probably is in a state of decline. Now, all of that in some ways has been proved wrong, because in Jammu, the party has strengthened its position, and in Haryana, it looks like it's a force that is going to stay, because clearly a big vote share and a historic hat-trick. How do you see BJP's positioning nationally and the impact on the Congress party?
Yeah, Vasudha, two things. One, coming to Congress, you see a colossal gap between the rhetoric that Rahul Gandhi has been using for the last couple of years, a very radical pro-Dalit, pro-tribal, and pro-weaker section egalitarian rhetoric. But when it comes to the real politics, they happen to do just the opposite, choosing the dominant intermediary communities or caste who have a feudal trait as their prime anchor. So you have to do either one of them. You cannot nail them together. So this is a gross misfit. So for example, choosing communities like Jat at their prime anchor, or say, for example, Marathas in Maharashtra, while talking about the radical Dalit interest, etc., it doesn't gel together because the ground experience is completely different, and that leads to the kind of disaster which has been there. So this is one. Two, for BJP, the impact is going to be colossal. One, mind it, Haryana has been a state wherein all the narrative that hit BJP very strongly in the Lok Sabha election, be it on the plank of farmers issue, be it on the plank of Agniveer, and also on the plank of racial protest. So that was Pahalwan, Jawan and Kisan, while it was supposed to decimate BJP's normative edge, which has been declining or perceivably declining since Lok Sabha election. Now, this electoral victory in Haryana is not just a simple arithmetic victory. It is a defeat of the narrative. How do you now attack the Agniveer? Because it is in the state of Haryana that BJP has been vindicated. Now, you cannot go to Bengal and Maharashtra and criticize Agniveer scheme. Similarly, on the farmers' plank also, there has been an endorsement. So that way, whatever be the case on the ground, in terms of the normative age, in terms of the narrative kind of a war, Haryana victory is going to resonate across India, and immediately it is going to have the resonance in Maharashtra, because mind it, there also we already see the kind of uncomfort within the India alliance. But more important would be, will you allow a dominant section in Maharashtra, say like Marathas, cater to their own interest in the name of farmer, in the name of soldier, in the name of so many other occupational identity, while the rest who would be expected to just be the supporting band? So that sort of a Congress kind of a radical narrative of the weaker section, while making the dominant feudal reactionary section, be it KAP or a section of other reactionary forces, as their prime anchor to defeat BJP, is not going to work.
Pahalwan assessment that the Congress had, it definitely has gone wrong. It hasn't worked in the favor of the Congress party. And of course, this victory in Haryana is definitely what many are calling as a booster shot for the BJP. Going forward in elections in Maharashtra, Jharkhand, or Delhi, that is going to take place next year, of course. This definitely has come as a boost for the BJP. Celebrations had been taking place yesterday all day, and today also, of course, important meetings that are taking place. Haryana government formation, of course, is going to be in focus now, but nevertheless, let me go across to Mr. Tarun Upadhyay also. What has gone wrong for the Congress here? We do understand the India allies are now hitting out at the Congress party over their loss in Haryana. The Aam Aadmi Party chief, Arvind Kejriwal, has said that the biggest lesson to be drawn from this loss in Haryana is never be overconfident. Stronger words being used by other allies. TMC saying arrogance is a recipe for disaster, and that's what has happened to the Congress here. Going forward, they're going to lose the negotiating muscle here, sir, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you in all the terms which you have stated, that it's a mix-up of all the things which you have stated, the arrogance, the overconfidence. And the party, I think, was believing that it will win by default. I will give you one instance, one or two instances. The party has got just 6 seats in J&K, just 1 seat from the Jammu region and 5 from the Kashmir region. It is the lowest tally of the party in the entire political history of Jammu and Kashmir. The last time its tally was 7 seats, that was in the 1996. So you can well understand how low the party has hit, not only across the country, but also especially in Jammu and Kashmir. There are a couple of factors to be analyzed why the party, why the result was so. Firstly, unlike the Prime Minister, who addressed, I think, about 7 to 8 rallies across Jammu and Kashmir, mostly focusing on the Jammu region, Home Minister Amit Shah addressed about a dozen rallies, even in the remote areas of Jammu region, in the Kishtwar, where no person of his stature has addressed the rally before. That shows the conviction and the strategy of the party. Look at the Congress. Rahul Gandhi addressed just 4 rallies in the entire political campaign across the Jammu and Kashmir. Secondly, Priyanka Gandhi addressed just 1 rally in the Jammu region. And thirdly, I traveled across the Jammu region for the coverage of these elections, we could hardly see the party flags, even next door to the candidates who was contesting from their own constituencies. There were so many issues on the platter for the Congress party. I mean, there was a lot of disenchantment.
The Congress party continues to blame the EVM, sir. EVMs are to be blamed. That is what the Congress party is
but the same
back
EVM,
at. The old textbook.
But the same EVMs gave the party 100 seats in the last parliamentary elections. Then how can they blame the EVMs? I mean, the point is that the party has to think, does it want to be a politically serious player or not? Or it just want to make us some alibi and blame either the EVM or the election commission? That won't work. The point is the party is not getting traction. And
So
that is
clearly the
the
party's
reason.
narrative, like both of you are also saying, has to be in tandem with, the central leadership. And like Sajjan was also pointing out, there can't be a discord between what the state leadership is doing and what the central leadership is doing. There can't be, that kind of, lack of coordination even in theorizing what you really want for people. But, like Kitty was also saying that these elections will have an impact on the upcoming Delhi elections as well, where the Aam Aadmi Party, of course, is a stronger force, and Congress Party has been decimated a number of times in the last few years, and the BJP is an emerging force. So let's listen into what Aam Aadmi Party Supremo Arvind Kejriwal said yesterday on the prospects of the Congress Party and how it needs to sort of rework on its strategy.
पहली चीज़ तो किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए। अभी तो पता नहीं नतीजे क्या हैं, लेकिन आज के चुनाव से सबसे बड़ी सबक यही है कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस मत करना कभी भी। किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए। हर चुनाव कठिन होता है, हर चुनाव में हर सीट कठिन होती है, मेहनत करनी है।
Okay, going back to Sajjan. Sajjan, I would want you to talk a little bit more about the social anti-incumbency. So while the Jats were not in power, there is a certain feudal social order that is in place in several states. Is that what also, contributes to people making political choices? Because like you said, lived experiences cannot be, dismissed. So while Rahul Gandhi is going to Dalit kitchens, why are the Dalits of Haryana not voting for him?
Even Uday Bhan lost his seat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, precisely because of, this entire Bahujan, the root, let's digress a bit. Mayawati's and Kashiram's experiment of Bahujan discourse had a kind of a very decisive blow in the very genesis itself in the early 1990s, when they tried to come together with the Samajwadi Party and ground experience, and thereafter they changed from Bahujan to Sarvajan, and that was an electoral success. In Haryana, coming to Haryana, Jats are 25%. They have, in terms of they own almost kind of 1/3 of the land. Similarly, they also have the political clout, they have the financial clout, and thereafter they also have a bureaucratic presence. So that way, coupled with that, there is a sense of owning the state. Similarly, you find, say, for example, among the Marathas in Maharashtra, so that's sort of a very domineering presence. So this is one. So what happens? It's a question of the memory. So when BJP was there for 10 years, and there were certainly so many drawbacks and lacunas in governance on the governance index. So there was political anti-incumbency. But what Congress did, by completely relying on one community, one leader who have a decisive say, it ended up triggering the memory of, something which is an everyday reality. And therefore, what happens that since Jats are so domineering, they also started making strong noises, and therefore whatever narrative we were getting was from their perspective. Why something that the non-Jats in Haryana could break down and we did not do it before the election was that they also have the moral plank of projecting their caste identity tactically in forms of the occupational identity. So they can become a farmer, they can become a soldier, they can become a wrestler, but the non-Jats could see through it that primarily it's the vested interest of one community. When Congress becomes their prime anchor, Congress becomes someone who caters to their interest. While you talk big, talk progressive, certainly people are going to choose because people have one vote,
They
and it is a weaker section.
Probably that is what is being talked about. That the other communities.
Let me just briefly add. Indian Institute of Dalit Studies in 2022 conducted a study sanctioned by Haryana Social Justice Ministry, and they found out that of all the atrocities until now committed on Dalits, is the official study, 52% are Jats, 30%, and that's surprising, in Mewat region happens to be Muslims. So when you talk about the Dalit, Muslim and Jat unity, doesn't have a sociological ground resonance.
Okay. Tarun Upadhyay, where does the Congress go from here, sir? Because, I would disagree with Sajjan on this because, all parties do focus on the dominant communities, be it even the BJP focusing on patidars in Gujarat or the Lingayat communities in Karnataka. So these political compulsions are sometimes really, sort of difficult to challenge and navigate. And the social order is something that even parties forget to sort of accumulate or include as part of their strategy. But Mr. Upadhyay, how do you see the Congress reworking its strategy from here? Because its own allies are sort of attacking the Congress party for being a big brother, but for not really listening to them.
party is acting like a big brother, but not listening to the ground realities and also to its allies. Sanjan was making a point, and you also made a point with regard to the scheduled caste. In Jammu region, that there are 5 seats of the SC community, and the Congress lost all the 5 seats. So this reflects how much resonance the party the rhetoric is getting on the ground. Secondly, you talked about this. The party high command and the leaders who are on the ground, they should act in a tandem. But what I personally got to know that the high command was given a picture that the party is doing absolutely doing wonders in the Jammu region. And look at the hard reality, just got the 1 vote. So that is the way the party functioning. Party is basically, in my opinion, of covering this political scene in the Jammu and Kashmir and also the rest of the countries, the party works in a very bureaucratic manner. The ground realities are not given to the high command, and high command, in my opinion, tends to live in a delusion. So that doesn't work if you have a competitor like Bharatiya
yesterday,
Janata.
a Congress leader told me that the focus is only on roadshows and rallies and not really on building the organization or rebuilding it in places where it has actually lost momentum. Is that true about the Congress party? Because we hear so much about Mohammed Ki Dukaan, we hear so much about roadshows and these huge rallies and visits of Rahul Gandhi to isolated, deprived communities, which are all like really remarkable. But clearly, the nuts and bolts of politics, the organization, is that where the Congress needs to focus on?
Absolutely. Even the road shows are missing in Jammu and Kashmir. I mean, on the contrary, even the road shows are missing in Jammu and Kashmir. Even they would have done it seriously, the party may have got 1 or 2 seats. So the point you are making is absolutely right. The party doesn't have a coherent policy in how to go about it. Mohammed Ki Dukaan, I mean, the Rahul Gandhi's TRP may have gone a bit. I mean, it got reflected in the last parliamentary results, but the ground realities are entirely different. Why the people are not reposing faith in the Congress party? That's a serious thing. I mean, in the entire Jammu region, not a single Hindu seat has been won by the Congress, and that can extrapolate in a very serious manner across the rest of the country, and that's a serious thinking the party has to do.
Used to being a minor player and is dependent on its allies, and that is why the allies here are quite vocal. I mean, they're of course quite vocal and hitting out at the Congress party here. All right, I'm being told that Farooq Abdullah is speaking at the moment. Let's dip in.
एक सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज ये है कि महंगाई आसमान पे है। साथ साथ ये भी बताऊं आपको कि बेकारी बदहाली बहुत ज़बरदस्त है। हमारे बच्चे और बच्चियां पढ़ी लिखी बेकार हैं, उनके लिए हमने काम ढूंढना है। जम्मू और कश्मीर में जो इन्होंने डिफरेंसेस पैदा की हैं, उन डिफरेंसेस को हमने कम करना है। हमने कोशिश करनी है कि वहाँ के हिंदू को भी एतमाद हो कि हम उनके लिए भी वैसा ही सोचेंगे जैसा हम अपने कश्मीर के लिए सोच रहे हैं। हम कोई फ़र्क नहीं करेंगे। उन्हें वोट नहीं दिया तो क्या हुआ, मगर हमारा फ़र्ज़ है कि हम उनकी मुश्किलात को दूर करें।
ये 10-10 बार आपने कल कहा कि उमर साहब सीएम बनेंगे, लेकिन उमर साहब कह रहे हैं कि पहले कैबिनेट मीटिंग होगी, उसके बाद डिसाइड होगा। तो क्या कहना चाहिए?
मैंने जो डिसाइड किया वही होगा। चलिए, चलो, अल्लाह। सलाम अलैकुम। शुक्रिया मौलवी साहब, सलाम अलैकुम।
All right, Farooq Abdullah there speaking to the media just a while back, saying that what has been decided is going to happen. Of course, speaking about its ally Congress party also, that they're going to support the Congress party, even though we do understand in Jammu Kashmir that the Congress party has been reduced to a minor force in the alliance, the NC Congress alliance.
1 seat in Jammu and just 6 seats, compared to 12 that they had. So clearly that is a big setback. Exactly. And clearly they were riding on the power and mobilization aspect of NC. NC has 42 seats out of, the 51 that it contested. This is a huge strike rate, and also, NC making it very clear that it is the predominant force when it comes to J&K.
Major player in the alliance, of course, yes.
The grand old man of Kashmir politics making it very clear that Omar Abdullah is going to be the chief minister, and what he says will happen. That was, of course, on a lighter note. But back to the state which is making a lot of news because BJP has scored this massive hat-trick there. Of course, Congress faces a setback. It continues to be in the opposition. Now you can see those visuals of Haryana leaders who, are in Delhi. That is Nayab Singh Saini, who's the caretaker chief minister. The man who is, in some ways, he had become the face of Haryana BJP in remarkably lesser time than one would anticipate. Just 6 months, ago, he was made the chief minister, replacing Manohar Lal, BJP's chief minister for last almost 9 years. And Mr. Saini comes from the OBC community. OBCs have also voted for the BJP in large numbers.
Large numbers, yes. Absolutely, yes. And the BJP placing its bets on Nayab Singh Saini 6 months back. Who would have thought that Nayab Singh Saini, when he replaced ML Khattar, he would bring this big victory for the BJP. Of course, there were other forces at play also. Other important BJP leaders have to be given the credit. Yes. But yes, Nayab Singh Saini is also to be given credit here for this big decisive victory of the BJP in Haryana. Let's listen in to what the chief minister had said just a while back. We have a reaction coming in from ML Khattar as well.
देखिए इस प्रचंड जीत का जो श्रेय है वो श्रेय आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, जिन्होंने पिछले 10 वर्षों में ऐसी नीतियां, ऐसी योजनाएं चलाई हैं जिसका लाभ गरीब व्यक्ति को भी मिल रहा है, जिसका लाभ किसान को भी मिल रहा है, जिसका लाभ युवा को भी मिल रहा है। मोदी जी को देश के लोग प्यार करते हैं, मोदी जी को देश के लोग स्नेह करते हैं और उसका परिणाम है भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा के अंदर तीसरी बार प्रचंड बहुमत से वो आई है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार के काम कर रही है, सारे देश में माहौल अच्छा है। लोगों के मन को भाने वाले इस प्रकार का जो रिजल्ट दिया है और साइलेंट वोटर जो है इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है उसने, क्योंकि वोकल वोटर तो हमेशा मीडिया में इधर उधर जा करके या जाके एजेंसियों को अपनी बात बताया था, साइलेंट वोटर को भी बताता नहीं है।
सर, जिस तरह से सरकार गठन में कितने दिनों में प्रोसीजर पूरा हो जाएगा?
अब ये तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और हमारे जो प्रदेश के लोग हैं वो मिलकर के तय करेंगे।
सर, मुख्यमंत्री कौन होंगे?
तो वो ही तय करेंगे।
My colleague Aishwarya joins us with more details on this. Aishwarya, tell us what is the plan of Nayab Singh Saini going to be today? Because on agenda, of course, is the next government cabinet formation in Haryana, and it is very interesting that Manohar Lal is back in the forefront, and he was never, in some ways behind the curtains, because he was always there. Somebody like Nayab Singh Saini, he's seen as his own, a protege. So clearly, he was also taking instructions from Manohar Lal. So this is the BJP not really abandoning any of its leaders. At the same time, now it's a united ship, and the focus now is to ensure that the next cabinet has the new faces and also representatives from all the communities that have actually voted for the party, ensuring its remarkable hat-trick.
Well, certainly Nayab Singh Saini, after meeting Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah at 7 Lok Kalyan mark before the cabinet meeting, arrived at Haryana Bhavan, and he clearly stated that it was, of course, 10 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's vision and his leadership and the policies that are for all the section of societies led Haryana to the path of development, and 9.5 years of Manohar Lal Khattar's government and 6 months of Nayab Singh Saini clearly had taken Haryana to its greater heights, and the promises that had been done to the people in the Sankalp Patra will also be fulfilled under the Prime Minister's leadership and the double engine sarkar that the Haryana will have. From now on, what we have been told is that Nayab Singh Saini will be going to Dharmendra Pradhan's residence at around 12 noon, and there is a key meeting that will take place as far as Dharmendra Pradhan is concerned. He is the BJP in charge for the state of Haryana, along with senior leaders who will be also arriving as far as Biplab Dev is concerned and Surendra Pathak is concerned. But on the other side, it is also on the cards as far as JP Nadda's meeting with Nayab Singh Saini. It will be of course a congratulatory meeting that will take place at around 3 p.m. is what we have been told, and later because the Bharatiya Janata Party wants that as soon as possible, the government should form the parliamentary board meeting should be conducted, and the observers, according to our sources, by the BJP has been told they will be sent to Chandigarh, where a legislative party meeting will be called, and there the leader will be elected. In all likelihood, it will be Nayab Singh Saini, but yes, as you rightly mentioned, there would be some old faces, there would be some new faces, and all these sections will be kept in mind before forming the cabinet this
yes,
time.
Thank you so much for getting us all those details. There are key meetings lined up today as well, where Nayab Singh Saini, who is all set to become the next chief minister, as per sources, the information is coming, is also going to meet Dharmendra Pradhan next at 12 noon. That is what we are learning, when the
protocol
meeting
will be
is
followed.
going to take place.
That's what he was saying, that once the protocol, there'll be observers that will be appointed. They will travel to Haryana. They'll speak to all the MLAs who have been elected, and of course, and then the CM will be elected. That, of course, is the process. But we all know that, of course, the CM is always one that the leadership wants. And of course, here it looks like Nayab Singh Saini is likely to continue as the Chief Minister of Haryana.
Absolutely. Let's now talk about Jammu Kashmir as well. The Congress National Conference Alliance is all set to form the next government in Jammu Kashmir. The alliance had secured 49 seats out of 90, winning the assembly elections. Well, Omar Abdullah is also all set to become the Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister, as was announced by Farooq Abdullah. Here is what Omar Abdullah told NDTV in one of his first few interviews. And also he spoke to the media today as well. Listen into that as well.
यहाँ हुकूमत बनते ही मैं तो ये उम्मीद करूँगा कि कैबिनेट का पहला फैसला ये होगा कि वो एक रेजोल्यूशन कैबिनेट की तरफ से पास करें कि मरकज़ को अब जम्मू कश्मीर में रियासत का दर्जा देना चाहिए। ऐसी बात नहीं है कि हम बीजेपी की सियासत को कबूल करेंगे या बीजेपी हमारी सियासत कबूल करेगी। बीजेपी के साथ तो हमारा टकराव रहेगा, लेकिन मरकज़ के साथ टक्कर करना ये हमारी कोई मजबूरी नहीं है। मरकज़ के साथ ठीक ठाक ताल्लुकात बने, मुझे लगता है ये जम्मू कश्मीर के लिए और जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों के लिए फ़ायदेमंद होगा। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने झगड़े के लिए वोट नहीं दिए। जम्मू कश्मीर के वोटरों ने वोट का इस्तेमाल किया क्योंकि वो रोज़गार चाहते हैं, नौकरियां चाहते हैं, तरक्की चाहते हैं, वो रियासत का दर्जा चाहते हैं, वो बिजली में एक राहत चाहते हैं, अन्य उनके जो मुश्किलात हैं वो उन मुश्किलातों का हल चाहते हैं, और वो मुश्किलातों का हल नई दिल्ली के साथ झगड़ा करके नहीं होगा।
Nazir, my colleague, joins us from Srinagar. Big takeaways from what Omar Abdullah is saying today, Nazir. But the manifesto of the National Conference was also massive, with many promises there. So clearly, while Omar Abdullah is saying that he will work with the centre and there's no reason for him to be antagonistic towards the centre, there is, of course, a little challenge that he will face in implementing his own party's policies.
Yeah, exactly. It is one thing when you say when you are in opposition, and it's completely different thing when you have actually run a government. And that too in a place like Jammu and Kashmir, which has multiple challenges, which has a complex problems and a complex history also. So in that sense that no J&K government can afford to have a confrontation with the central government, and central government would be thinking that would be the last thing for the central government to have confrontation with the Jammu and Kashmir government, because it is a complex, as I said, complex issue. It has serious, security, repercussions, and also international repercussions as well. So every government, now Omar Abdullah, when I spoke to him yesterday, he said, look, elections are done and dusted. Now let's talk politics after 4.5 years when next election will be around us. Till then, we can jointly try to resolve the issue of people, resolve unemployment, make Jammu and Kashmir a peaceful and a progressive place. That is what he said. So clearly he wants that, he said, Prime Minister is an honorable man and he will fulfill his commitment, which is the restoration of J&K's statehood. He's also talked about, he can travel to Delhi and meet Prime Minister once the government is formed. And he also has, we heard him talking about the first cabinet, passing the resolution about restoration of J&K's statehood. That remains perhaps the, central to during elections and demand of every political party, including BJP, has been saying, look, statehood was taken away. Now it will be restored. And BJP has never said it will not be restored. It's only the question of when. So that's the thing. And many believe that in the next parliament section, a bill should be introduced in the parliament. And we know even Rahul Gandhi during his repeated, having a repeated statement for restoration of statehood. That appears to become then take the central stage once the government is formed. But the real challenge of running the government, giving people sense of belonging, particularly when National Conference has got a resounding mandate, but its real challenge would also come from the Jammu because it doesn't have many, MLAs from Jammu, and because Jammu has most of the seats have been won by
Absolutely.
BJP
So
in
maintaining
Jammu.
that coordination with the BJP, of course, is important here, and of course working with its alliance partner, the Congress Party here in Jammu Kashmir. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. We'll get back to you later for more. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break. Yeah, we'll be right back.
I've been reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है, प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form the government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead. From Maximum City, Mumbai,
to the seat of power, Delhi,
NDTV brings you the best breakfast show. Breakfast news on NDTV, 8 a.m. every day.
Welcome back after the break. We have a breaking news now coming in. Rahul Gandhi has reacted on the Haryana and Jammu Kashmir poll results. Rahul Gandhi in his tweet has said that the party is going to challenge the poll verdict. Rahul Gandhi has also in this tweet said that we are going to go to the EC over the Haryana result. My heartfelt thanks to the people of Jammu Kashmir. India's victory in the state is a victory of the constitution, a victory of democratic self-respect. He said we are analyzing the unexpected results of Haryana. We will inform the election commission about the complaints coming in from many assembly constituencies. Well, and Rahul Gandhi has gone on to say in this tweet that we will continue this fight for rights, for social and economic justice, for truth, and we will keep raising your voice. Well, remember in that press conference also that was held yesterday, the Congress party had raised questions over the Haryana poll results, saying that The Election Commission website wasn't really working properly. It was working very slow and the results were being updated very slow. They also went on to blame the EVMs. And now the Congress party with Rahul Gandhi, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, also now putting out this tweet saying that the Congress party is going to inform the Election Commission about the complaints that have come in from various assembly constituencies in Haryana. Shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking amid the Israel-Hezbollah conflict. Nasrallah's successors have been killed, as has been informed by Israel. The UN chief also reacted, saying that Lebanon is on the verge of all-out war. We have reactions coming in. Also, my colleague Ghazali continues to report from the war zone. Let's take a look.
You have an opportunity that hasn't existed in decades. An opportunity to take care of the future of your children and grandchildren. You have an opportunity to save Lebanon before it falls into the abyss of a long war that will lead to destruction and suffering like we see in Gaza.
The situation in the southern suburb of Lebanon is very dire, because not only the ground engagement with the combat forces is happening on the southern suburbs, but aerial attacks have been also happening on areas which Israel claims is the stronghold of Hezbollah. But the civilian casualties have been very high in Lebanon for the last 2.5 weeks since the pager explosion was reported from this region. And now Israel is also claiming that its navy will get or enter into Lebanon to occupy more territories, because yesterday, in one of the areas which is close to the Israeli-Lebanon border, which Israel claimed was perhaps a launch pad or kind of a workstation for Hezbollah from where it used to launch rockets towards Israel, has been occupied by the Israeli forces. They have posted Israeli flag in that particular region. Many villages have been evacuated, and not just near the border areas. Right now, I am here in Beirut, in the city center, and right behind me is the area called Dahieh. Dahieh is one area where Israeli bombardment have been intense. Every day almost there have been bombardments in that particular region from where the Hezbollah Secretary General Hassan Nasrallah was killed. Now, what has happened in the last 24 hours? The deputy chief of Hezbollah issued a public statement yesterday addressing the people of Lebanon, saying that perhaps Israel has not been able to dismantle its operations, Hezbollah's operations, and their power, their influence is still intact, and they're engaging in ground combat with Israeli forces. And that is why their influence have been so enriching, perhaps, that Israel has been forced to choose the option of entering into Lebanon through the sea route, through their navy forces. But what we are expecting is that despite all the appeals of ceasefire, the US has said that perhaps it has failed to achieve the ceasefire, and now they want Israel to dismantle Hezbollah and deplete its influence in Lebanon. So what we are expecting, that this war will continue to go on.
All right, we'll continue to report on that big story that we're tracking. At this point in time, we are learning now some more news. The RBI has kept its key interest rates unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. Its Governor Shaktikanta Das announced today. What does this mean for you? My colleague Sakshi Bajaj explains.
The prevailing well-balanced growth inflation dynamics is indeed a testimony to the success of this monetary policy framework. Going forward, the moderation in headline inflation is expected to reverse in September and likely to remain elevated in the near term due to adverse base effects, among other factors. Real GDP grew by 6.7% in the first quarter of this financial year, that is 24-25. And this was led by a revival in private consumption and improvement in investment. The share of investment in GDP reached its highest level since 2012-13.
The RBI leaving the repo rate unchanged at 6.5%. Remember, the lending rate has now been unchanged for the 10th consecutive time. And remember, this comes due to the fact that the RBI was maintaining a cautious approach in the aim towards balancing inflation and economic growth both at large. RBI governor very clearly stating there that, look, domestic growth has sustained momentum, and the growth projection for India as the economy has been left unchanged at 7.2% at large for the current financial year. So painting a very optimistic picture as far far as growth is concerned, but also saying that going forward for inflation, we will need to keep an eye out, because he does say that, look, due to unfavorable base and food inflation rates, going forward, the CPI print for September, for the month of September, the CPI print may come in higher, the RBI governor says. So inflation really is something one will have to watch out for. Also says that, significant risks to inflation continue to stare at us, but India's economy at large is presenting a very stable picture in the face of, remember, what the world is facing at large, geopolitical risks dominating the rest of the world. So the RBI governor very clearly saying that India's economy is maintaining a stable picture at the moment.
And while the other big development today is from the auto space, specifically Hyundai India, as the auto major, has fixed the price band for India's largest IPO, with the company looks to raise over 27,000 crore rupees. Puneet joins us with the key details and a look into how it fares with its biggest competitors.
India's biggest IPO in terms of the money raised, roughly about 27,870 odd crores. The last one was LIC at around 21,000 crores back in May of 2022. So definitely a big IPO coming in. Now the price band is set to be around 1,865 to around 1,900 rupees, 1,960 odd rupees at the upper price band. And it's expected to open between 15th and 17th of October. Now the bids can be made in a minimum of 7 equity shares and multiples of thereafter, offering roughly 14.2 crore shares via an OFS or offer for sale, and there is a no fresh issue component in this particular IPO. When you look at, the key other details, that the indicator market cap of the company is going to be around 1.58 lakh crores based on the upper price band of 1,960 rupees per share. And, the anchor portion currently as per the RHP is roughly 4.2 crore shares. They roughly translate to 8,300 odd crores. It's a big participation needed from mutual funds as well as other HNI investors to, make this IPO a key success. Now, when you look at, the split between retail as well as QIB around 15%, retail has been around at 35% in this particular IPO, so it will look at participation. Let's just look at some key numbers. The sales growth has been really strong for Hyundai, around 7.7 lakhs in FY24 specifically. It's a big growth of about 8% from the previous year, while for Q1 as well, it's been a 5 to 6% growth. It's really strong compared to 1.2 lakhs. I also want to take a look at the export numbers. Roughly 24% of what they make in India is exported to Southeast as well as Southeast Asian markets, and that's one of the key things that aids margins as well. And when you look at the next graph, we'll be able to see the financial impact of that as well. So for FY23 and 24, the growth we can see roughly 69,000 crores of revenue in FY24. When you look at the margins, also really strong at 13.1%, and that's higher than what Maruti did for FY24, roughly about 11.6% is what they reported. For Q1 also, we have the numbers. Again, really strong margin profile at 13.5%, and that's reflected in the strong numbers as well. When you look at, the next, and we want to make a comparison between that and Maruti, as you rightly said. Now, for sales, the volumes, it does roughly 1/3 of volumes of what Maruti does at around, 7.7 lakh units, while on revenue, it's half of Maruti. Look at the margin profile, though, higher than Maruti, or what, as we mentioned, by roughly about 150 basis points. So a big jump there. Profitability as well. Of course, Maruti is higher, and I want to just take that point. Why is it higher for Maruti like that? On a gross fixed basis, now we've taken this particular metric is on depreciation on the gross fixed assets. So Hyundai depreciates higher compared to Maruti, and that lowers the profits as well. For other income component also, Maruti is very high cash generating, while the tax is also lower for someone like a Maruti. So that's where we see the divergence in profitability, but EBITDA profile of Hyundai is really strong. Finally, when you look at, the value, the key valuation picture here is dependent on three things. One is the net worth of the company. Now, we saw a very big drop in net worth from FY23 levels. So from 20,000 crore of net worth, it's roughly half to 10,000 crores, and that's because they had a very big dividend component in this particular time frame as well. So if you see the dividend component in Q1 was specifically very large, and that's one of the key things. So 15,000 crores of dividend in FY24 versus just 1,400 crores last year, and that's reduced the net worth for the company as well. Finally, on price to equity basis, it was expected to be around or even a premium at some point of time to Maruti. That's not the case now. When you look at the net worth, we didn't mention it, but ROE has dropped because of the high dividend payout. Look at the market cap to PAT though. It's coming at 1.58 lakh as we mentioned, so it's lower than that of Maruti. On EV EBITDA basis also, it's much cheaper. Price to earnings is something because, a lower PAT for Hyundai. So that means the PAT, the price to earnings is similar at 26 times. But overall, a very big thumbs up on the issue basis on the, the high export sales, higher margins compared to someone like Maruti Suzuki. But it's going to be key to see if this issue gets lapped up as, one of the biggest issues as we spoke about. Back to you.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Edge 50 Pro, world's first AI-powered pro-grade camera.
With Jalebis on Haryana platter, BJP takes Jalebi jibe at Rahul Gandhi. Haryana BJP says 1 kg of Jalebis have been sent to Rahul Gandhi's house.
From the heart of city in Beirut, a city which is scarred by violence and caught between the crossfire between Israel and Hezbollah. A war which started a year ago between Israel and Hamas has now spilled over to Lebanon. NDTV is on the ground to bring latest updates, in-depth analysis, and how the evolving war has impacted this country. Stay tuned for latest updates.
Reporting on all issues, big and small, from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I bring in that energy in our news coverage from financial capital, Mumbai.
India's IT capital is always buzz. It's literally a city that never sleeps. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti is also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
NDTV World Summit 2024, October 21st and 22nd, only on NDTV Network.
कि जिसकी सरकार सेंटर में हुई है उसी की सरकार प्रदेश में होती है।
एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को कैसे देख रहे हैं? इनकम्बेंसी नहीं है,
प्रो इनकम्बेंसी।
कांग्रेस आ रही है, भाजपा जा रही है।
Congress is going to form government in Haryana with a big majority.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
New day, new show, a new experience.
Start your day with the news, not views.
We bring you stories that matter
and impact your life.
News that informs and keeps you ahead.
Rahul Gandhi says we will move the Election Commission over the Haryana verdict. He also says that there are serious allegations that have come to the Congress High Command over the Haryana mandate.
India bloc allies question the Congress over Haryana drubbing. Satraps corner Congress over the Haryana debacle. Uddhav Sena, Aam Aadmi Party, TMC all question Congress Party's alleged arrogance.
The Haryana government formation talks pick pace. Poised to be the Chief Minister, Nayab Singh Saini is in the national capital. He meets the Prime Minister and now he is headed to the Haryana government.
Omar Abdullah's olive branch to the centre after Jammu and Kashmir victory. Omar Abdullah says that Jammu and Kashmir and centre need to work together for the people of the state. He's set to be the next chief minister.
No change in EMIs ahead of the festive season. The RBI leaves a key lending rate, the repo rate, unchanged. A humanitarian crisis unfolds at war-front Lebanon. NDTV reports from the epicenter of the conflict.
A day after the unexpected results in Haryana, the Congress party continues to challenge the poll verdict. In fact, reacting to the Haryana loss, after 24 hours, Rahul Gandhi has spoken out. He has said that he will go to the Election Commission over Haryana results.
That's right. He said, my heartfelt thanks to the people of Jammu and Kashmir. But the key point that he has made is that we will keep analyzing the unexpected results and we will move the Election Commission over this as well. In fact, Sunil Prabhu is now joining us live. So Sunil sir, Rahul Gandhi in a sense reiterating what the Congress said yesterday all day. Is the Congress expected to move the Election Commission? Rahul Gandhi himself has now said that they're looking at the Haryana verdict very closely.
That's right. They will definitely be, collating all the information, in particular those 3 districts that we've been mentioning, and will then, of course, go to the Election Commission with those list of complaints. As you're well aware, right from in a test match or in a thing, a referee always decides the date of the match. Here, in this case, right from day one, the date of the match also was changed. From the 1st, it was shifted to the 5th. There are a litany of complaints that the Congress has been alleging against the Election Commission, which is a constitutional body which has to conduct a free and fair election. They were quick to respond to Jairam yesterday, Jairam Ramesh, on those unfounded charges that he had made about slow uploading. That they were able to refute. Of course, here there is a litany of complaints that Mr. Huda and his supporters, as well as the candidates, have. There are a number of factors, apart from the fact that caste polarization took place. But the Congress definitely, as you see, led from Rahul Gandhi itself, saying that we will continue to fight for the people's issues in Haryana. They have analyzed to a great extent that there has been a 11% surge in terms of increase of the Congress vote share. And yet with that the decimal points, 0.4, 0.7 decimal points difference between the two, the difference has become huge. Of course, what Rahul Gandhi hasn't stated on the tweet, but is really making his party workers now rethink, especially in Maharashtra and in Jharkhand, the fact that you should have had the unity of opposition forces. If the Congress had an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party, as Rahul Gandhi wanted Mr. Huda to do and extracted that promise from him, of course, ultimately both didn't agree in terms of number of seats. They weren't able to agree to it. The rest is history. The Congress today, even with that point, even with 11% surge, hasn't been able to make that killer instinct in the state of Haryana. So definitely a lot of lessons to learn in Maharashtra, where they will have to have not only a good alliance with the MVA, that is Uddhav Thackeray, as well as Mr. Sharad Pawar. They will also have to concede something that Mr. Uddhav Thackeray has spoken to the Congress leadership about the Chief Minister's chair for Mr. Uddhav Thackeray, because he was unseated. So a lot of, homework to be done by the Congress party at this present juncture. But they definitely feel this was a victory that they have lost. And it's come as a surprise because, as we've been saying, not one pollster, not one media house, nobody, even the BJP leaders themselves conceded that the Haryana elections was not going their way.
All right, Sunil, thank you so much for joining us. And as Sunil was pointing out, the allies have started to question Congress Party's Haryana strategy. In fact, the Uddhav Thackeray Sena chief representative Sanjay Rawat has said that had that alliance that the Aam Aadmi Party and the Samajwadi Party had proposed, that they should go into an alliance in Haryana, Remember, the Aam Aadmi Party wanted just 4 to 5 seats to contest, and Aam Aadmi Party, interestingly, has managed around 1% vote, something that is the vote share gap between the BJP and the Congress. First up, Sanjay Raut.
हरियाणा में इंडिया गठबंधन नहीं बन पाया क्योंकि वहां कांग्रेस को लगता था कि बस हम अपने ताकत पर, अपने बलबूते पर जीतेंगे तो सत्ता में और कोई भागीदार नहीं चाहिए। तो हमारे जो मित्र है हुड्डा जी या कांग्रेस के नेता है, उनको लगा कि हम ही जीतेंगे। अगर समाजवादी पार्टी है अखिलेश जी की, आप है केजरीवाल साहब के नेतृत्व में, हमारे जैसे छोटे छोटे दल है, हमारे खाते में 1-2 सीटें आ जाती तो जरूर ये जो चित्र है, ये निर्णय है जो जनता ने दिया, उसमें जरूर बदलाव होता। मैं ये मानता हूँ कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने जो चुनाव लड़ा है वो बहुत ही बेहतरीन तरीके से लड़ा है। हारी हुई बाजी बीजेपी ने जीत ली, ये मान्य करना पड़ेगा।
पहली चीज तो किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए। अभी तो पता नहीं नतीजे क्या हैं, लेकिन आज के चुनाव से सबसे बड़ी सबक यही है कि ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस मत करना कभी भी। किसी भी चुनाव को हल्के में नहीं लेना चाहिए। हर चुनाव कठिन होता है, हर चुनाव में हर सीट कठिन होती है, मेहनत करनी है।
So a lot of questions being faced now by the Congress party. Their bargaining power certainly has gone down ahead of the crucial states of Maharashtra and Jharkhand. In both these states, remember, there is an alliance government right now with, in one state it is, it's of course with the JMM, the other one is Mahayuti. But Mahavikas Aghadi factions have started questioning Congress party's overconfidence and their inability, many would say, in performing when there is a direct contest between the BJP and the Congress.
All right, I'm being told Aishwarya Jain is now joining us live. So Aishwarya, yesterday it was Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal who hit out at the Congress, took that infighting jibe. So of course the Congress has a lot to introspect, but looking forward to the upcoming elections. Of course we have Maharashtra, but also here in Delhi, where the Congress's alliance has clearly failed with the Aam Aadmi Party, and they've decided to go it alone as well. So that is something that the Congress will have to very, very seriously consider.
Well, there had been an infighting in the Congress camp, and there are several leaders in the Congress party which had not agreed in the past to have an alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party regarding the Lok Sabha polls as well. But ultimately, the High Command decided that there would be an alliance, and the formula was 4:3, to which the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party alliance lost to the Bharatiya Janata Party with 7-0. And ultimately, it was yesterday's result which also hampered the bargaining powers for the Congress party. As far as Haryana is concerned, Arvind Kejriwal coming out in open and stated that there should be no overconfidence as far as the elections are concerned. Each and every elections are important, and the party workers, the party had to work hard. It is, of course, in several of the seats in Haryana as well, where we have seen that the Aam Aadmi Party candidates have got the margin of votes which had ultimately led Congress face defeat from the Bharatiya Janata Party candidates, and that's the kind of result and the result that the High Command was not looking very for, because the Congress and Aam Aadmi Party failed to have an alliance in Haryana, which resulted ultimately to have a huge victory for Bharatiya Janata Party in the state of Haryana. But certainly looking ahead in Delhi, in Jharkhand and Maharashtra, whether these states will have such an alliance with the Congress party where they would have faced a defeat, or they would have they could have a certain loss in their seats. It would be very difficult for now on, after the results have come out, for the Congress party to bargain with their alliances. But specifically, Aam Aadmi Party had made it clear that they will be going to fight in all 70 seats as far as Delhi is concerned. And several of the leaders believe that they had the cadre base, they have the groundwork that they have done. And therefore, the reason perhaps we have been witnessing leaders like Manish Sisodiya, Arvind Kejriwal doing Jan Sabhas and also road shows from here on, and the strategy had been made. But whether there would be an high command of both the Congress party and Aam Aadmi Party sit together and will have an alliance or not is something that remains to be seen, but certainly a big loss as far as the Haryana polls are concerned, and now the alliances of the Congress party clearly questioning the grand old party.
Yes, the allies have been on a war path now after that unexpected loss for the Congress party, but how politically wise is it to question the election commission and the electoral process? The fact is that in that, it may be in point something gap, vote share gap, but we have seen in countless elections, Vedant, that the vote share to seat share conversion depends on a number of factors. We have Saurav joining us from Kolkata and also Sujata from Mumbai. Saurav, I'm going to come to you in just a bit on the TMC's response, but Sujata, the Samna paper has been the mouthpiece of Uddhav Thackeray's, has been extremely scathing in its criticism.
Well, certainly, and Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena's mouthpiece Samna here today to criticize the Congress for its overconfidence and also mentioned several other factors that they feel was the main points for the Congress to lose the Haryana polls, out of which one was the Congress inability to, encash the BJP's vulnerabilities in the state of Haryana, which eventually led to this happening. So on one end, it is the Shiv Sena blaming the Congress for not taking benefit of the tray of seats that were ready for them to win, and while on the other, they were also sort of, they did state that the BJP, while on other, they did ensure that this particular state, which definitely seemed on the verge for them to lose, eventually turned out to be a win for them. So somewhere it is the Congress who is on the back foot for now, even in the state of Maharashtra, where the seat sharing talks are underway, and by the 12th of October, it is likely that the Mahavikas Aghadi alliance will announce their seat sharing formula in the state of Maharashtra. So at present, after the Lok Sabha polls, it was Congress quite confident with them that they'll get a lion's share in the seat sharing process. But for now, it is after the results that Shiv Sena's UBT faction clearly seems unhappy and dissatisfied with Congress performance, and also calling it a sort of factionalism within the party that led to sidelining important leaders like Michelle Jha.
Sujata, just stay with us, because we are now getting first pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the CM designate, will he be called, or incumbent Chief Minister?
Well, the Prime Minister has referred to him as a Haryana Chief Minister.
He has referred to him as a Haryana Chief Minister.
So for him, I mean, it's almost like continuity as far as Haryana is concerned.
And he says Haryana के मुख्यमंत्री नायब सिंह सैनी जी से मिला और विधानसभा चुनाव में भाजपा को मिली ऐतिहासिक जीत के लिए उन्हें बधाई और शुभकामनाएं दी। मुझे विश्वास है कि विकसित भारत के संकल्प में हरियाणा की भूमिका और महत्वपूर्ण होने जा रही है. So Haryana will play an important role in Viksit Bharat narrative of the BJP. And Prime Minister says that he is the Chief Minister. Haryana ki Mukhyamantri is what he said. So it's about continuity that is being highlighted here. What all has been planned for Mr. Nayab Singh Saini today, Aishwarya? What's on his itinerary?
Well, many BJP leaders have called it a masterstroke of Prime Minister Narendra Modi after choosing Nayab Singh Saini in last 6 months as a Chief Minister of Haryana and defeating the anti-incumbency over there. And that's what Home Minister Amit Shah also stated, in several of the rallies, that Nayab Singh Saini will continue to be the Chief Minister, and that's where the Prime Minister tweets also came in. He landed in Delhi and he met Prime Minister Narendra Modi at 7 Lok Kalyan Marg. Currently, he is at Haryana Bhavan, where we are reporting from, and short moment from now, he would be leaving from Haryana Bhavan, directly going across to the residence of Dharmendra Pradhan, the in charge of the Bharatiya Janata Party for the state of Haryana, where we have been told Biplav Dev and other senior leaders will also arrive. There would be a meeting that will take place. And later in a day, we have been told that Nayab Singh Saini will be going to the residence of Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda. And that will be very crucial because the agenda on the cards is, of course, of the government formation. What sort of cabinet it would be is something that remains to be seen. But sources within the Bharatiya Janata Party, in fact, senior leader, have just told to us that there would be a combination of old faces and new faces as well. all the camps in the Haryana BJP unit will be accommodated this time, and the main priority would be to complete those works that had been done in the last 6 months, and to continue that in a very fast way. And therefore, the reason perhaps we are seeing these crucial meetings happening in the national capital after Nayab Singh Saini and BJP state president arrived today morning.
Aishwarya, we'll continue to come back to you as Nayab Singh Saini continues his meetings in Delhi, but going back to the Congress camp where there is more trouble and concern for the Congress leadership, this time coming from TMC.
Absolutely, and Saurabh continues to be with us. So Saurabh, well, the TMC has and Mamata Banerjee have minced no words when it comes to the Congress. I mean, they weren't in alliance with the Congress during the Lok Sabha polls. It was only after the polls that Mamata Banerjee sort of, decided to return to the India bloc. But, the TMC MP, Saket Gokhale, has made some rather scathing remarks. But what are you here picking up from the TMC camp as far as the Congress's performance is concerned, both in Haryana and Jammu?
Well, Saket Gokhale, of course, tweeted something that, of course, is being seen as the TMC's response. But obviously, just to, give you a little bit of context in West Bengal, the TMC has maintained it's always been part of the India bloc. But for West Bengal, it says it's fought on its own because of the Congress leadership's positions vis-a-vis the Trinamool Congress, especially the then Congress president's, sort of attacks on Mamata Banerjee, Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary. And the TMC has, after the election, pointed out that, look, it hasn't gone well for the Congress to have taken on Mamata Banerjee, or, for example, in that context, also, in a way, not be more accommodative when it comes to regional allies. And of course, arrogance towards regional partners is something that has been flagged time and time again. And the big brotherly attitude of the Congress vis-a-vis regional parties like the Trinamool Congress is something that has been pointed out by the Trinamool as something that has led to the Congress and the Trinamool not fighting the Lok Sabha elections together in West Bengal. They've always been part of the larger India alliance, that's for sure, that Mamata Banerjee has reiterated. But in West Bengal, it says, the Trinamool has said that the Congress has been ineffective in taking on the BJP, and they are the ones taking on the BJP. And when it comes to the larger anti-BJP politics in this country, while the Congress is, of course, at the forefront of it, the regional parties say that they have to be, treated as equal partners by the Congress and not adopt a big brotherly attitude. And that's something that they've reiterated through that tweet that has come from Saket Gokhale as far as the results are concerned.
That's right. And sort of, but the entire narrative and the power of negotiation between the Congress and the alliance partners had changed post the Lok Sabha results. It was seen perhaps that the BJP's landslide of sorts has begun, and hence Rahul Gandhi is on the rise. The Congress has to be taken far more seriously. It is a national party which can take on the BJP. But that narrative has now taken a hit. A quick word from you, Sujata, because seat sharing talks within the Maha Vikas Aghadi is happening. Do you think it's going to be formalized? But because, the all sense that is coming in from the Election Commission is that, the model code of conduct could be in place in the next 1 to 2 weeks. We really, of course, do not know the dates.
Well, it is likely that after the Dashera rally in Maharashtra, which is to be happening on the 12th of October, around 13th to 14th, it is likely that the code of conduct will be applied in the state of Maharashtra at this point, and for which it is likely that the seat sharing talks in Maharashtra, and especially in the Maha Vikas Aghadi, is likely to be finalized and announced soon. And today too, it is Sanjay Raut and other senior BJP, the leaders of the Maha Vikas Aghadi, who will be meeting, and this meeting is going to be of crucial importance to understand for them to decode of the results of Haryana, and also to plan their next move accordingly, and whether the seat sharing talks that have happened so far, is it going to remain, and also the disputed seats, who gets what is what will be decided in the final rounds for now. So at present it is the Congress along with the Shiv Sena UBT both are in a head-to-head race to understand and get their share, but at present it is Shiv Sena UBT who did attack and blame the Congress for not being sure about their win, and this overconfidence led to them declining in the elections, and this so that for the same reason this shouldn't be repeated in the Maharashtra Vidhan Sabha polls, and for that the Maha Vikas Aghadi seems to be very cautious.
Okay, so, Sujata, Saurav and Aishwarya, thank you so much for joining us.
And let me introduce our guests this afternoon. Pradeep Bhandari, spokesperson of the BJP, is with us. Also, Ashpreet Khadial, spokesperson of the Congress. Amitabh Tiwari, political strategist, is also joining us. Ashpreet, first to you, how do you respond to what all your allies have been saying? Would you at least concede that, your Haryana loss has dealt a severe blow as far as that momentum was concerned that, the Congress had gained after the Lok Sabha polls, and, you have to start listening to your allies more seriously and perhaps concede more space to them, in state elections?
Well, the momentum's very good. It's very well. We have put up a good fight in Haryana, and at the same time, we have pulled off Jammu and Kashmir, which has a lot of significance from the international point of view. Let's not forget that. Number two, the people of Jammu and Kashmir have rejected the Bharatiya Janata Party. Number three, as far as some of our allies are concerned,
Kashmir may have registered, but rejected, as you use the word, not Jammu. Yeah, let's be careful about the reading of the verdict.
If I may, Jammu and Kashmir also has to be considered. Let's not forget about that. Coming to Haryana. Number one, if a few of our allies have said we need to reevaluate, that we need to introspect, it's perfectly fine. We are a democratic alliance. We are not like the NDA, the non-democratic alliance of the Bharatiya Janata Party, where if you speak, where if you put forth your opinion, you'll be shown the door. JJP left them, SAD left them, Samta Party left them, SAD Seyukt left them, and many others left them. Talking of questioning the strategy, Anil Vij just yesterday was saying that I should be the CM face, despite Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan's reprimand and rejection of for him to be the CM face. And number two, let's not forget that time and again Mr. Anil Vij has again been staking claim, and he has also said that I should have been the CM. I am the most experienced in the Bharatiya Janata Party. No one comes close. I am the most visionary. And this Kamal, this lotus of the Bharatiya Janata Party is fought between a tug of war. From one side, Mr. Khattar is pulling it. From the other side, Mr. Anil Vij is pulling it. And from the third side, Mr. Khattar is pulling it.
Okay,
and I don't know what will happen to this poor lotus.
Ashpreet, at least that push and pull hasn't really cost them an election. It cost you an election which you were, confident of winning. And all the pollsters had suggested that as well. My question now is that after Rahul Gandhi has reacted, are you not being fair to the voters of Haryana? They have voted for you. They have given you a swing of 12% votes in your favor from the last election. But they also don't like arrogance. You were doing the formation of cabinet. You had almost prejudged their verdict.
Well, number one, 2-3 things. As far as the verdict of Haryana is concerned, we have put up a very good fight. Let's see it for what it is. The Bharatiya Janata Party does not have a big gap here. Number three, all the senior ministers of the Bharatiya Janata Party lost. Since Maria was saying that there has been no loss of the Bharatiya Janata Party, it's only the Congress that has suffered a loss. All their senior ministers have been shown the door. Number two, eight senior leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party back in the day were ousted because of rebellion, because they were saying you are preferring turncoats over loyalists, and two former ministers, former MLA, former VP was ousted.
You have no reasons to celebrate. Why are you celebrating? Why this all victory speeches of the Prime Minister?
Well, my friend from the Congress party is living in, I would say, in his own land. और कहते हैं ना मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने हैं, तो ये मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने में ही जी रहे हैं. Let me just quote certain facts. Fact number one, it seems that the Congress spokesperson is more aware of the Bharatiya Janata Party than the Congress party. Had he been more aware of the infighting in the Congress party, he would not have suffered a historic loss, number one. Number two, no government in the history of Haryana has repeated for the third consecutive time in the last 50 years. The Bharatiya Janata Party is the only government which has been able to do so. Point number three, the Dalits, majority of Dalits have voted us, majority of Jats have voted us, women have voted us. So every fake narrative of the Congress party has flopped. In fact, Rahul Gandhi should apologize for being the biggest fake news factory of the country. Point number four, in the number of SC seats, there are 15 to 17 SC seats in Haryana. We have won majority of them. Now let us come to Jammu and Kashmir. The Bharatiya Janata Party has got a vote share of 26%, which is 3% more than the National Conference. Congress Party has 1/3 our vote share. It is single-digit seat party in Jammu and Kashmir. It is only riding on the piggyback of National Conference. Leave the National Conference, Congress Party is a relegated player in Jammu and Kashmir. So there is no vote for the Congress Party in Jammu and Kashmir. Now let us come to the SC seats in Jammu and Kashmir. All the ST seats in Jammu and Kashmir have been won by the Bharatiya Janata Party. So the Dalits of Jammu and Kashmir have also rejected the Congress Party. The Congress Party before this election was speaking that everybody's with them. Rahul Gandhi's relaunching has happened. The India Alliance is back. What is the reality? Rahul Gandhi is a flop show. It's a big flop show. The bottom line is that every narrative of Rahul is flop, whether it is Jammu and Kashmir or Haryana. The Bharatiya Janata Party is the dominant party in Jammu and Kashmir. We did not have any base vote in Kashmir. Despite that, we are the main dominating party in Jammu and Kashmir. We have beaten our historic best of 25 seats. We are at 29
Ashpreet, your
seats
quick
right now.
response to that, because some of the points that your allies have made are valid and are reason enough for you to introspect. You know, one of your allies says that the factionalism was not something that was effectively curbed by the party high command. And, you know, there were all these leaders talking about how Rahul Gandhi's yatra 2 years ago in Haryana, you know, sort of set the ball rolling. So if you're taking credit of this so-called momentum, the high command must also take the blame for the loss.
Well, two things. My fellow friend from the Bharatiya Janata Party has been talking of Jammu and Kashmir. Has he forgotten what happened in the Lok Sabha election of Kashmir? You did not even have the guts to field a candidate there. Did not even have the guts to do that, because you know there's a massive delay in the restoration of statehood, massive delay in the conduction of elections. Mr. Amit Shah had promised after the abrogation of Article 370, terrorism would come to a grinding halt. Not interrupt you. Let's have a civil debate, please. All I'm saying is that the Bharatiya Janata Party has been ousted from Jammu and Kashmir for the simple reason you ignored the people of Jammu and Kashmir, you forgot about Jammu and Kashmir, and that's why Mr. Modi in the last 5 years...
Your strike rate, Harshpreet, you know, because I think it's important for the Congress Party to smell the coffee beans. Your strike rate, one moment, has been the least in that alliance. So I think, no, one moment, Harshpreet.
Tariq Ahmed nearest to the Bharatiya Janata Party was given ticket in 2014. He was arrested by the NIA for procuring weapons for Hizbul Mujahideen commander Naveed Babu. I asked them who Talib Hussain Shah is.
Let's bring Amitabh. I get your point. I get your point completely, Harshpreet. Point taken, Harshpreet. Yeah. Amitabh Tiwari, this is a day after that unexpected result of Haryana. You know, there was this narrative, I would say, of a slide which was visible also in the Lok Sabha results. Do you think that that was more of an exaggeration now? Because if you look at these results, it's the BJP which is coming back with a bigger mandate, has come back with a bigger mandate in Haryana, their biggest ever since the Modi wave of 2014 and 2019.
So I think if you see, this is the third state where Congress party is lost, despite it being the favorite. One was Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, and now Haryana. So what if you see the difference? The difference is that both in MP, Chhattisgarh, and Haryana, from day one, the Congress party believed that it is winning, whereas in all the three states, the BJP realized that it is on the back foot and it made significant amendments. It went back to the drawing board and tightened the nuts and bolts in the organization. See, what happened in 2024 Lok Sabha election is that some of the wrestler, farmer, and the youth protests got captured in that contest itself. And then it sort of dissipated because Congress perhaps got overconfident by the trend that BJP loses vote share and seat share in states compared to Lok Sabha elections, and that it is bound to lose some of the seats, and Congress could be the natural beneficiary of this. See, the allies hitting back at the Congress, we have to go back to the genesis of the India bloc. The India bloc was actually founded by Nitish Kumar and other regional parties and the Congress party. And before the Lok Sabha election, there was a lot of debate and discussion and pulls between the regional parties and the Congress as to who was the leader of this India bloc. Since Congress won 99 seats, it became the undeclared leader of sorts after the Lok Sabha election. And now, since we have elections in Maharashtra and Jharkhand where the Congress party is in alliance with regional parties, the regional parties now see it as a tool to bargain for more seats in the ticket distribution. So we see Shiv Sena now hitting back at the Congress party for its arrogance and overconfidence. We see TMC, we see AAP yesterday, which said that 4 seats the Congress party has lost because of its candidate. So there will be some turmoil, and it weakens the bargaining power of Congress for ticket distribution in these 2 states.
Absolutely. So that conundrum there for the Congress. Thanks very much, gentlemen, for being with us. So, you know, a lot of introspection to be done on the part of the Congress, given the fact that crucial assembly elections are coming up, starting with Maharashtra.
Yes, and there seems to be some twist in Haryana tale now. Anil Vij, senior BJP leader and former Home Minister of the state, has in fact now claimed for the Chief Minister's chair. He says that he should be given a chance to be the Chief Minister. Let's listen in.
Again, you have won this election, and we have seen for the last so many years you have been working a lot of things for Haryana. So you had also claimed that you will be the Chief Minister if you are going to win. So how did you get success, and what is your further future plan?
मैं जीता नहीं हूँ, मुझे अम्बाला छावनी की जनता ने और मेरे वर्करों ने जिताया। यही लड़ते हैं मेरा चुनाव, और 7वीं बार जीता हूँ मैं लगातार। एक बार में जीत के ही एंटी इनकम्बेंसी आ जाती है, पर मेरा तो कारवां बढ़ता ही जा रहा है। सारे डिस्पाइट ऑल दी ओट्स, आई डू नॉट नो वाई, परंतु जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन थी वो भी मेरे खिलाफ एक पार्टी थी। उन्होंने भी हर कदम पर कोशिश करी कि मैं हारूं, सारे में। बट वी वन, वी आर कॉन्फिडेंट दैट वी विल वन। और आप मेरे बयान देखें, मेरे शुरू से लेके आखिर तक, उस वक़्त भी जब इंटरनल सर्वे सारे कह रहे थे 20-25, 28, 20-25, 28, मैं कह रहा था नहीं।
मुख्यमंत्री नायब सैनी आज दिल्ली में है, लगातार पार्टी हाईकमान से मीटिंग कर रहे हैं। तो आने वाले दिनों में क्या रणनीति रहने वाली? आपसे बातचीत हुई आपके जीतने के बाद? बधाइयाँ मिली?
नहीं, बधाइयाँ तो सारे देश से आ रही हैं, नायब सैनी की तो नहीं आई, ना चुनाव के दौरान आई। तो वो जो कर रहे हैं, हाईकमान जो करेगी ठीक करेगी।
वोटिंग वाले दिन आपसे बात हुई थी, तो आपने कहा था कि इसके बाद हम सीएम हाउस में मिलेंगे, यहाँ नहीं मिलेंगे। तो क्या अब सीएम हाउस में मिलेंगे?
नहीं, मैंने एक प्रीफिक्स भी लगाया था। मैंने कहा था कि अगर हाईकमान चाहेगी तो, अब इसको डिलीट कर देते हो, अगर हाईकमान चाहेगी तो, अगर मुझे कहेगी तो मेरा इनकार नहीं है। मैंने यही कहा था। और अगर मुझे कहेंगे तो मैं हरियाणा को देश का नंबर 1 राज्य बना दूंगा।
तो क्या लगता है एंटी इनकम्बेंसी कांग्रेस कह रही थी किसानों की है, उसके बाद रेसलर्स की है, जवानों की है, तो क्या लगता है कि नहीं थी?
दिखा तो दिया किसानों ने, दिखा दिया ना, सबने दिखा दिया। एंटी इनकम्बेंसी तो भूपेंद्र सिंह हुड्डा की है सबसे ज़्यादा।
That's a classic Anil Vij there, sort of interesting political posturing. Though, of course, the Prime Minister has said that Nayab Singh Saini is the Haryana Chief Minister, so there's no two ways about it.
Yes. So, Mr. Nayab Singh Saini arrived in Delhi earlier around 10 a.m. and he had a meeting with the Prime Minister soon after. He gave a sound bite at Haryana Bhavan. Let's listen in.
देखिए, इस प्रचंड जीत का जो श्रेय है वो श्रेय आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी को जाता है, जिन्होंने पिछले 10 वर्षों में ऐसी नीतियाँ, ऐसी योजनाएं चलाई हैं जिसका लाभ गरीब व्यक्ति को भी मिल रहा है, जिसका लाभ किसान को भी मिल रहा है, जिसका लाभ युवा को भी मिल रहा है। मोदी जी को देश के लोग प्यार करते हैं, मोदी जी को देश के लोग स्नेह करते हैं, और उसका परिणाम है भारतीय जनता पार्टी हरियाणा के अंदर तीसरी बार प्रचंड बहुमत से वो आई है।
भारतीय जनता पार्टी नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में जिस प्रकार के काम कर रही है, सारे देश में माहौल अच्छा है, लोगों के मन को भाने वाले इस प्रकार का जो रिजल्ट दिया है, और साइलेंट वोटर जो है इसमें बहुत बड़ी भूमिका निभाई है उसने। क्योंकि वोकल वोटर तो हमेशा मीडिया में इधर उधर जा करके या जाके एजेंसियों को अपनी बात बताता है, साइलेंट वोटर को बताता नहीं है।
सर, जिस तरह से सरकार गठन हुई, कितने दिनों में प्रोसीजर पूरा हो जाएगा?
अब ये तो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड और हमारे जो प्रदेश के लोग हैं वो मिलकर के तय करेंगे।
सर, मुख्यमंत्री कौन होंगे?
तो वो ही तय करेंगे।
These results are also marking a generational shift in the politics of Haryana. Remember, Nayab Singh Saini was the protege of Manohar Lal Khattar when he was actually chosen by Mr. Khattar, when he was told by the party leadership to give up the Chief Minister's chair 6 months ahead of the polls. We are going to go straight to Chandigarh, where my colleague Gurpreet Chinna is joining us. So, Chinna, how should we be reading Anil Vij saying that if party high command wants, then he can be the chief minister? And he also said that the administration wanted him to lose.
Yeah.
So that's a direct allegation against the chief minister.
Well, we have seen when the Chief Minister of Haryana, Nayab Singh Saini, was picked by the party. After that, we have seen he was not able to get cabinet rank in Nayab Singh Saini's cabinet expansion. We have seen today when we were talking to the former Home Minister Anil Vij, he was saying that if the party is going to allow him to be the Chief Minister, he will change Haryana from each and every aspect. So somewhere down the lane he has expressed his aspiration, and he has also said it all depends on the party high command. He's not going to make any claim before the party high command, but he is aspirant to be the chief minister because he's senior most in the party. So let's see that how the party high command is going to take a call, and the way he has expressed his own thought before the media that he wanted to be a chief minister. So that will be clear when the party high